Welcome to the gunchallenge.com lobby chat.
just scrolling through the Gun Channel's Instagram.
Yeah, how you doing that now?
All right. Just started scrolling through the Gun Channel's Instagram. Oh, just a minute. I forget I have that running in the background sometimes. Because I'll just click it on just to see if there's anybody in the room. And then I'll go ahead and say, oh, there's somebody in there. Then I'll go ahead and jump in the room and forget that I never turned it off.
Yeah, I got that sometimes.
Yeah, well, I've done it more than once, more than my fair share.
Actually, just scared the shit out of me when I was on Instagram. I forgot I had the headphones on.
Do you post stuff on Instagram yourself?
I don't have a phone.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that does kind of suck because when I first heard of Instagram, I thought, well, I just use my regular camera that I normally take pictures with, and then I'll just directly upload it from there because it has Wi-Fi access, so I can just do that. And oh no, they won't let you use anything but a phone.
Yeah, I know that sucks.
I'm not sure if they're trying to just make it so people don't edit their photos except for the editing tools that are available on the phone, or what. I mean, because it's
the edit.
Is this not Insta phonegram? So I don't quite understand their commitment to only being a phone.
I like the pictures that people put up. They're pretty. They look like the magazines. It should be on magazines.
Oh yeah, it's amazing some of the skills and talent that a lot of guys and gals have out there for taking traditional photography pictures of stuff that you would think a professional photographer took.
Yeah, I like looking at Moon's pictures because he puts them on real good.
Yep. Yeah, he does a very good job with lighting, and then finding some sort of background, either contrast or somehow supplement whatever's in the picture.
Yeah, he got the patience for it.
Yeah. I mean, I can take a picture of something and try to get it in the light and try to pick one of the 20 options for what kind of filter I want to put on it, but there's more to it than just that to get, high quality photos. You have to have almost like an artist eye.
Some of us don't have an artist eye.
Yeah, well, I don't.
You're better at other stuff. Did you go to the gym today?
Well, it depends on what you consider today. I went in the middle of the night.
Ah.
So I consider that today, so I consider that good enough.
Good.
But I don't do what so some people go there and they're trying to get all buffed out and like something like they're going to get Instagrams of their stomach, which is fine if you can. I mean, if you can do that, but it's like that's a lot of work for what I'll call the last 25 pounds to get from trim and fit to a 6-pack.
And you got to limit what you can eat.
Yeah.
That's no fun.
Yeah, I just I like food too much.
Oh yeah.
I'm not some big giant whale, but I'm not thin either. I mean, I'm fat. I got a gut, but I'm no 400-pounder.
Yeah, I used to weigh 350. Stop drinking soda. Stop eating chips. little by little.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying which it sounds so simple, but it is so true, and that's, the trip of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And just taking sometimes, in regards to like really big goals, whether it's education, whether it's your health, whether it's your finances, savings, or whatever, but just you say, well, what does this $10 really matter whether I save it or not? I'm never going to get that $10,000. Well, that $10,000 was built $10 at a time. So, and it also depends on how much does that major goal really mean to you. Is it truly important or just a nice idea? I mean, yeah, I'd like to have a six-pack, but other than beer cans, it's not going to happen. So I will settle for healthy, even if it's not necessarily trim, but healthy.
I understand. You ever treat yourself to ice cream and stuff like that?
Once in a while, I do. I would say probably once a week. I do.
Yeah, I go drink beer 2 times a week.
Yeah, in my younger days, I used to drink, semi-regularly, like, once on Friday or Saturdays. I'd go out and have some beers. But I just kind of lost the taste of it. As far as, what tastes good, what tastes bad. My taste just kind of changed as I got older. And it's not that it tastes bad, it just doesn't taste as good as it used to. Although with certain foods, it still tastes delicious, kind of like a condiment. Like with hot and spicy foods, I love to have an ice cold beer. It's just the balance of the two.
Hey, did you see what GUS put outside? Any other outer chat?
Not yet. Just a moment. Let me see. Yeah, 7 times a week. Yeah. I used to eat ice cream pretty much every night. So, I mean, and it wasn't all that long ago. Yeah, I mean, he's not that far off the mark. Yeah, I used to eat a bowl of ice cream pretty much every night. And then back in late December, January is when I decided that, long term, that was really going down a bad road really, really fast. So I immediately stopped that. And then it was just a couple weeks later that I signed up for a training class, in May, and decided that I needed to get my ass in some shape other than perfectly round. And that's when I started doing the Helga's gym thing. And I'm just doing a treadmill. I'm not in there like busting weights. But again, it just goes back to that, trip of 1,000 miles begin with that first step. No, I guess for me, the first step was stop having ice cream every single day of the week. But I'm not going to go in denial. I still love it and enjoy it. I'll have it once a week. The other thing that kind of surprised me a little bit is we have some guys here on gun channels that are having some heart issues. I'm not going to name their names at the moment, but and they're all younger than I am by a lot. Some by a little, some by a lot. And just that awareness. It's like, well, actually, one of them is actually a few years older than me. But still, just that awareness of things. Sooner or later, you start to look in the mirror, philosophically speaking, in regards to your own health. And how much can I enjoy going to the range if all I can do is stand in one spot, or I have to sit in the chair because I can't enjoy walking across the range and drawing my gun and firing from a position from a random timer because I without falling down on the ground because I don't have enough balance because I'm too out of shape, out of control. And it's Mr. Healthy Tip with the tip of the week. The tip of the week is don't listen to Dano.
Yeah, pretty good stuff, except for the part where you're like, it can't happen. I see all kinds of old people that get in shape when they're old. I'll get in shape when I'm old, I think. But get what do they say, fucking abs and all that shit. You can just do all that by not eating and exercising.
Well, yeah, and I was mentioning to Knives at the beginning that the trip of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, but it also depends on, do you really want to achieve that goal? And the answer is, do I want to get ripped abs? No. Would it be nice? Yeah. Do I really, really want it? No, not really. Otherwise, I'd do something more severe about it.
I'm just saying that's what you say when you're sitting here, but then you get all in shape, and then all of a sudden it's achievable, and it's like right around the corner. Then you might have a different opinion on it.
Well, there are physically, because of my surgery that I had years ago on my spine, things I cannot do. So certain exercises I just will never be able to do again, ever. Except for very light exercises. So that's my weakest link sort of thing. So I have to exercise around that issue.
What the hell? There's a difference between should train and must train. People who own guns for protection should train. Rights come with responsibilities.
Where'd that come from?
We like shooting posted on Instagram.
Let's see.
Not sure what they're trying to
Rights.
say.
Well, I'm just thinking out loud here, but rights come with consequences if they're not respected properly, like yelling fire in a movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
There's consequences. You can say what you want, but if you don't have respect for that right, there will be a consequence.
Adam says it better.
And those are some toes. Actually, they were just his shoes.
DB. Almost had to light somebody up today, bro.
Uh-oh.
Light somebody up.
He was like, I was walking out of a department store, and I had had my girlfriend in the car, and I just pulled into like a handicap spot. There was tons of handicap spots, and it was raining. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna run in there real quick and get a pair of headphones. So I'll be right back. And then I'm walking. I do my little thing, and it takes me like 5 fucking minutes. And then I'm going out, and this guy's like right in front of me, and he says something to me. And I'm like, okay. And then he just starts in about like how do I park in a handicap spot, and like what gives me the right to park in there? I'm not handicapped. I'm like, my girl was in the car the whole time, dude. My car was running, dude. Like, There's tons of spots. The car was running, and he keeps going on and on, man. Like, well, I'm opening. He's in my way, like in between me and the car. Get the fuck out of my way, man. I open the door, and I'm like, dude, just write me a ticket. I just kept saying, like, write me a fucking ticket, man. Write me a fucking ticket. It's like, right. Like, this guy, I might have to. If this guy does any more bullshit with me, man. I stand my ground, man. I stand my ground state, bro.
Was he just a regular person?
Yeah, he's a little wacky guy, dude. It's very strange. But my girlfriend was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck was that about? I don't know. Guys thinks he's the fucking handicap spot police, man. Fucking weirdo.
Oh, it takes all kinds. I almost hit one last
Yeah, I
month.
mean, I won't do it. I won't do it anymore. But this guy, I mean, come on. My car was running. She was in the fucking car. There was like 5 other spots right next to us. If anyone was, handicapped, they would have had a spot. And if there wasn't and they honked or something, or my girl saw that shit, she would get in the driver's seat and drive and move the car. I told her I'll be right back. Like, never happened to me before. But guy was like in his 40s. He's like about like 6 foot tall. It's kind of weird. Like, he seemed like he was on drugs, but he had like a nice car. He was parked right next to me. He had like a brand new Ford Explorer, and acted really fucking strange. And I think like a different kind of person might have started some shit. You know what I mean? Be like, oh yeah, fuck you, motherfucker, or something like. You know what I mean? Like, I was trying to be real nice until he wouldn't leave me alone. And that's when I started kind of being an asshole. I was like, all right, dude, write me a fucking ticket. I was like, come on, write the ticket, man. Write me a fucking ticket. Like, then let me get in my car, talking shit from the door, like my door was open. And he's like trying to, continue the conversation. Like, some people would have been like, I don't know.
When
Go
you
fuck
started
off,
walking,
asshole, or something stupid.
when you started walking towards your door to get in, did he like take a step or two towards you, or did he just stay
No.
where he was?
No, he stayed right where he was trying to like block me in between, but then I kind of just walked around him, like, and he could see what was going on in my car too, and that really kind of bothered me. It was like, dude, like, she's in, there's my girlfriend's in the fucking car, dude. The car was running. I even said that to him, and he still kept going and going and going. And then, like, he was almost trying to, like, block me getting out of the spot. And I'm like, dude, write the ticket. That's what I kept saying, write the ticket, man. Write me a ticket. Or,
So,
I didn't want to say it. I mean, but I could have, if I was, like, call the cops, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if you really feel it's like, I'm out of here, man. Like, those signs that says $500 fine or some shit.
Right.
Right?
well,
Who does
it's
that?
It's for parking, like you say, and for sitting there with somebody in the car and the thing running as you run in. That would, I don't know if anybody can call that parking.
Yeah.
Can you, what would have happened, do you think, if your girlfriend would have just laid on the horn, like made a big nuisance?
Oh my God, yeah, dude.
Do you think that would have accomplished that guy leaving, or do you think that would have just got him going?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good thing. She was on the phone, and she knew something was up. She was like, Jesus, what the fuck is going on? She hung up the phone as soon as, like, I was in the car. Like, when I got in the car, I had to start the car, and he still was, like, screaming at me. And I'm just talking to him the whole time. Like, I'm talking to him while I'm opening my door. I'm talking to him while I'm getting in the car. I closed the door, start the car, and then I locked my door just in case he did something real stupid.
You did the Saad Ayub trick of the folded couple of dollar bills, wadded up in a pack of matches, and then you flick it the other direction.
No, that's what I mean. The guy was driving like a $40,000 car, man. Like, he wasn't broke, He wasn't. He was like, he might have been handicapped. Like, I don't know. He was just fucking going on and on, man. Like, he wanted to do something, man. I don't know.
I almost ran over a handicapped guy last night twice. Same guy.
Wow.
Driving down a main thoroughfare, one of the main streets in this big city that I drive in. Okay, one of like two, one that goes east-west and one that goes north-south. And they're fairly heavily traveled roads, and but there's part of it where the lights don't work at all, and the city just doesn't fix them because they have no money.
Nice.
Well, I'm coming up the top to the precipice, the top of a hill, and I can't quite see. It's one of those hills where it's kind of steep, so you really can't see the top of it. And I'm driving the speed limit, which is like 30 miles an hour. I'm going like 32. And then all of a sudden at the top, all I see is a wheelchair with a head on it.
Oh my God.
I slam on the brakes, and there's this black guy who's either a midget or all slumped down in the chair, moving this chair. It goes between not moving at all and moving it like, a half a mile an hour.
Wow.
Now, he's not crossing in a crossing zone either, or even at a stoplight. He just decided, well, there was a driveway here. It was a good place to cross. So there's a car coming the opposite direction. So I start flashing my lights to let the other car know that something's going on here. So he doesn't run into the guy. I don't know what the guy's going to do. And so I, very slowly, like at 3 miles an hour, kind of do the drive around the guy. Okay, so that's one thing. Then a half hour later, same street, but about a half mile down the road, he's crossing the same street, but in the opposite direction.
Jesus.
And he's doing the same thing. He's not crossing in a crossing walk, crossing an area where the light is really bad. But the crazy part is, all you see at first is the wheelchair with the head. You like don't see the rest of the guy. It's
Probably
like,
just a little fuck.
Yeah, I don't know if he was
I'm
drunk.
sure.
I don't know. If that
trying to get killed, and suicidal.
Yeah,
looking for a lawsuit.
This is 1 a.m. in the morning, so it's not like he was just getting home from church.
Yeah, I've seen shit like that. I've seen and this is not racist at all. I'm not trying to be racist at all, because this has nothing to do with that. But I've seen a black guy, dark blue, wearing all black, like in the middle of the fucking darkest street, just jaywalking. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking to myself, holy shit, that's like suicide. I could barely fucking see you. I can't see you. And people just do dumb shit, or they're fed up with life, or I don't know. Maybe that person was like, fuck it, I'm trying to get a lawsuit. Get hit in my little wheelchair or some shit.
I think I encountered one of those one day when I'm driving through a fairly busy intersection. You know how you take a left at the end of the light? Well, at least out here we do. And then this guy fucking decided to walk across the street half a block in or something. So just as you're making your left-hand turn out of this busy intersection, you make your turn, and then you look up, and here's this guy trying to cross the damn street. So I figure you gotta be pretty stupid. Try to cross right there. You're trying to get hurt or something.
Yeah, and also the first time I had a passenger with me scared the hell out of her. She screamed in my car. Now I wasn't sure if it was because she saw a guy crossing, or because all she saw was a head. But she said, "What's wrong with that guy?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "It's that time of the night where you get a lot of crazies out." And it's not that, they come out at a certain time of night. It's just after a certain point in night, there's only two kind of people on the street: drunks, criminals, and crazy people.
That being said, I'm carrying my Glock 19 today, and what a pain in the ass that gun is, man.
You give up the 43 already?
No, just today because we went on like a semi road trip.
Okay.
That was a little different, but you know, it's like a 2-hour drive one way. So I switched it up. But what a pleasure switching it back when I got home. Shit is like fucking heavy as hell.
Hmm. So, G Webs, how's the project going that you've been working on?
Which one?
The one you were using Adobe for earlier?
Oh, I put in a couple hours every day. It's got a while to go.
Just taking a guess, how many more models you think you need to do to get it complete?
Oh, I don't even know. There's a lot to work still. It might seem like it's coming together, but it takes infinite amount of work to start fiddling with shit. I'm still putting all the data on there. Then I got to arrange it and make it look right.
Yeah.
Verify it. And then I still got maybe 10 cards that aren't even designed yet, like that I have to come up with stuff on. So I'm starting from scratch on some of them.
Yeah. But Flippy has access to machines that can do that sort of thing for you?
Print them? I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe not the finished ones, but some along the way, maybe.
Prototypes?
Yeah.
That's cool. So I saw that he was on earlier today, but I wasn't on when he was. So what's he up to?
Right now he's like buying an AR or putting together those old ARs, those cold carbines.
Is he upgrading the ones he had, or starting from scratch? Or
Starting from scratch as a build to do like
okay,
80s retro build.
gotcha. Oh, that's why the A2.
This is the Black Hawk down one.
That guy's retiring this year, G.
Paul House.
Yeah, no more training. Finito. He's shutting the school down.
You know, I just realized today, and I probably heard it on gun channels in one of the chats at one time, but I just didn't sink in my head, that Clint Smith has a video training series thing, I guess.
Of his own, or with somebody like Paladin or Palladian? Or no, wait, what's the name of that place?
It's finally with it's finally his own shit.
Oh, okay.
And it's a 6-month plan or a 1-year plan. And it's pretty pricey. So what I was thinking about doing is panhandling on here and being like, hey guys, want to split a membership?
Well, you know what I wonder is you know, because it's accessed, you know, how many months do you have access to his library, basically?
6 months or 12 months, depending on
Right.
what you pay.
Is my understanding. So
Okay.
you know, obvious, there's things you can do, and then there's things you can legally do. But you know, if legally, if there's an option to say, okay, I'd like to pay you money for this, but I'd like to do it on my own pace, sort of a thing. So can I simply just do a screen capture thing and then pay you money for that? Sort of
I think
thing?
if you're paying for that program and you have an app on your computer, a program like a screen grab or video grab software, I have audio grab stuff. It's called like Audio Hijack, but they have Video Hijack. As long as you don't try to sell that shit, it's yours, man. You know what I mean? I don't know, but because the way they sell it is, and why it's 6 months or a year, is it's constantly being updated. So the content, there's constantly new content. So,
Well,
that's the thing. So it's not like it's not like a bunch of videos that are done and that's all you're going to ever get. It's
Mhm.
constantly being updated. So if your membership expires, then you're missing out on the new shit, is what they're trying to say.
okay. Because I want to say for a year, wasn't it like close to $1,000?
No, a year is like $200 or some shit. It's like, I think it's 6 months is like $100, 150, and a year is like 300 or something like that. And you get like a book. If you join for a year, you get like a book, which is like $40, and a hat, which is like $30 or some shit. You get a Thunder Ranch hat. It's just something. I've seen a lot of his old videos that he was selling when he was doing DVDs. I'm sure
You're
some
right.
of it is like that.
But I don't know where the $1,000 came from. I must.
Now, one of his classes is $1,000.
It's 6 months is 180 and a year is 300.
Like you said, the class is the cheapest part of training with him. You got to fly out to fucking God knows where he's at, Colorado or something like that.
Oh, isn't Oregon?
Yeah, Oregon. And you got to get a hotel, and you got to have lead-free ammo for his range, I think. You got to shoot that fucking DPX stuff.
Is that
I could be wrong, but that's how it was for years.
is that his land, or is it land he's renting that he has to do that, or is that state law?
I bet you he owns that place. You're talking about Clint Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his land. I'm sure it's his land. I don't know if it was state law, it was some sort of fucking county law or city law or whatever the fuck it was. You remember he had like that DPX all copper ammo, and you needed to shoot that shit at his range when you took a class.
Oh, really? No, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
That might
quite
be-
pricey.
That might just be a thing or something. Like he doesn't want to fuck his land all up.
Mm-hmm.
Or I see what
Possibly.
you think he might be on federal land, and then they told him, "You can do it here, but don't fuck it up." It is Oregon. Those people have universal background checks, and they think it's cool.
Either way, he's going to be retiring soon too, So,
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting that Paul quit or is retired. Because Flippy was going to take a class this year or next year.
Who quit?
Paul Howe.
Is that his number one guy?
Who
He's
no,
like-
no, I'm talking about another guy in Texas.
He's in Nagadocious, right?
Yeah. And Flippy was going to go to him this year.
I've not heard that name, Paul Howe, before. Where do you know him from?
You've seen Black Hawk Down before? The
The
movie?
movie? Yeah.
Yeah. You know the guy who goes, "This is my truth. This is my safety."
Yeah,
That's based on multiple people, but mostly Paul Howe. He was
Okay.
Delta during that.
How I know of him is from like Panteo Productions or like magazines.
I just know him from friends going to his classes. He's a good instructor in Texas, Nagadocious, Texas. He's got his own place.
I've seen his videos. He had like maybe 3 or 4 different 1 hour long videos with Panteo.
Yeah, sad to see. I figure some of those guys probably started offering training, and then once you get like past the initial group of people who are responsible and sober, you start to get people showing up who are less, and then you probably go, "Wait a minute, why am I doing this?" You know, when you
You
get a
probably
bunch.
think my army pension is like, you know, 50,000 a year or something. I don't know what he gets, but I don't know.
That's full of yahoos, and you start questioning if it's worth it.
Or the classes are slowing up, dude. I mean, this is the age of like Instagram, you know, speed rock, shot timer, flashy shit, you know, and those are old timer guys, man. So not a lot of flash. Remember, it's all flash. It's all flash. There's not a lot of flash.
Enjoy the process of teaching, or they don't. And if they don't, then they're in it for other reasons. And then it's just a matter of time until they say, I'm bowing out. I mean, but if you enjoy instructing, you'll do it for as long as you can because you enjoy it.
That's pretty harsh.
What's
You're
harsh?
on them that they don't even enjoy. Then they don't even enjoy teaching people if they decide to retire.
Well, no, retiring is different. I'm not talking about when you quit instructing and do something else full time. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about retiring. No, if you've lived a long life, go ahead and retire.
I'm pretty sure this guy's retiring. I don't think he's like gonna go become a marketing executive someplace.
I was just referring to there are some people in the training field that train but aren't necessarily don't do it because they enjoy teaching people. They do it because it's a way they can make a living.
Have you thought about doing that, DB? Just going into the training?
He left.
Oh, he probably went to go become a trainer.
I bet you. You know, I'd be curious to ask him if he was still here. If he comes back, I'll ask him. Wondering how many, just on top of his head, how many classes he's taken. Because it seems like he's taken at least a handful, not slightly more than that.
Yeah, he's taking a bunch already.
Not the 3 or 4 handfuls that you have. He is back. DB.
It did be.
I'm looking at Bob making fun of me and that the 19 is heavy. And he's like, the Browning High Power. You carry the Browning High Power for 10 fucking years, dude.
The question I have for you
Mm-hmm.
is, up top of your head, how many classes do you think you've taken over since your first, including your first?
Not a lot. Fighting pistol, the fight, Masada Mag 20, Sheriff of Baghdad, Pistol 1, I think he calls it, or Coach Pistol Coaching 1, and I took Kyle DeFore. Pistol Combatives or some shit. No, his is called like CCW.
That'd be 7?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. And that's in about 6 years.
Well, I just mean life, whether it was 20 years ago or last week.
No. I never took anything else. That's it. I started with tactical response.
I mean, it'd be interesting to find out just on gun channels that generally we consider ourselves gun people. That's why we're on gun channels. But of the people, if they were, honestly put, okay, how many training classes have you taken? And it doesn't matter whether it's from the guy down the street that has a gun store, or whether it's some traveling guy or whatever. But how many training sessions period, regardless of length they've taken. On average.
That's one point that I don't get to make when I hear you guys, talking about it and stuff. If you can price compare like the guy who works at the gun shop who does some training locally or something, his 2-day class versus, fucking Cobra Commander, Delta Force, SEAL Ninja, whatever. The price isn't much of a difference. It's the fucking weight, like they don't come around a lot, or it'll be how hard it is to get in on the class. You know what I mean? Like how fast the class sells out. But I mean, I've noticed, like, because I've seen them here. There's a company here that does training. And the prices are not that much different. So then like a big name instructor. It's just the big name instructor might come by your town or near your state once a year, where the guy locally is doing training every weekend or whatever.
I'm just curious if you take off, maybe the top 5% and the bottom 5%, for extremes, and then run an average across, whether it would be an average of 1 or greater than 1.
Wait, what is an average of 1?
I'm wondering out loud that if you sampled all the Gun Channels members, as far as how many in their life training classes they've taken for firearms, that were not required for them to take, that they took of their own volition, and then eliminated the top 5% and the bottom 5%, and then drew a mean average.
Yeah, I'm guessing 1. It's hard to say. Are you talking like the 5,000 plus members that actually are members, or the like?
Well, of the people that participate.
It's the people that hang out. Yeah. I'm thinking 1, because there's a bunch of people that don't take shit. They don't do that shit. They're not into it.
Right.
And then there's a bunch of people like Bob, feel they don't need it. They're not lacking. They're not weak, like you people that need classes all the time.
Yeah, you've been shooting your whole life.
Yeah, you've
My
mastered.
dad was shooting his whole life.
You've mastered the millimeter, so
Everything's a millimeter one way or another, Mr. 11 millimeter.
11. I'm not going crazy. Is 45 11 millimeter?
I think it's 10, though. No, it might be.
No, it's not 10. It's 11.
No, 10 is 40.
No, it might be 11 point something.
Right, so it's 10 and a half, I bet. Because if it's 40, and then look, 40 is 10 millimeter.
You're going to make me go.
45 is half, 0.5 or whatever. So
Yeah.
Half set. Yeah, look, and 9 millimeter is 30 caliber. 10 millimeter is 40 caliber. So 50 caliber would be,
Okay.
that
11
would be 11 millimeter.
is a 43 caliber.
What?
I'm doing millimeters and inches is calibers. It's 0.433. It is equal to 11 millimeters. 12 millimeters is 0.47. So like a 47 caliber would be a 12 millimeter. Ooh, has this nice little
Wait.
tool.
If 9 millimeter is 30 caliber, and 40 caliber is 10 millimeter, and 50 caliber should be 11 millimeter, right?
But the calibers aren't always true.
Oh, I see. And neither are the millimeters. They're just like they're rounding up and down, I guess.
Right, they do a lot of that. But 11.5 millimeters is 0.4527. That's closest to a 45.
Well, it's going too slow and probably won't go through a coat. So as long as you keep that in mind,
I
You'll
mean,
be okay.
if you're ready to become a full-fledged member of AARP, you got it.
Although I do have a box of 185 grain plus P Spear Gold Dot 45 ACP.
And,
Maybe
and what's
that's
it
gonna
going,
be-
like 875 feet per second?
No, I think it's going like 1,000.
How many
Maybe,
grains?
maybe 900, but who knows what? At 185.
Okay, that's pretty light.
I can't find that shit now. Oh, I can find. I bought this shit like fucking 8 years ago. Well, actually, it's a plus P 200 grain bullet, and
Still for 45, I mean, 230 is kind of the standard.
it doesn't say. That's weird. Usually, it says it on the box. You know what I mean?
Today I started going through and making a checklist of things to bring for training.
Yeah, water. You know, and I'm telling you, the most valuable lesson that I learned for that thing was go to Walmart and buy one of those collapsible folding chairs, because there will be times where it's like sit around and, you know, let's talk about some stuff, and you don't want to sit on the fucking grass, and you might be tired of shit.
Folding chair I got.
I think because it was like real, it might have rained the night before. Oh, so then you're good. So I remember some guy was like, I got an extra folding chair in my truck. And he's like, you can borrow it if you want. And I was like, oh man, thank you so much. Because I didn't know where to sit. Everyone was, you know, the instructors were sitting on like the back of their truck.
Right.
On a tailgate. And everyone else had one of those fucking chairs, like they were psychic and they knew they needed it.
I don't bring a chair. I bring a bucket.
Well, it depends on like size of the tables they have for like reloading your magazines. Are they bar height or are they like coffee table height?
There's none that I'm aware of.
You're supposed to load on your knee?
Yeah. I have,
Or something.
I mastered the way to load. Like, I angle the bottom of the mag like into my ribs, and I just like sit there and like jam them. Shit.
Yeah, okay, I believe
You
that.
don't have a
I'm
loader?
dead serious, dude.
Well, I have a
I
I have a
had an
loader.
up lula. I had the up lula, but I didn't even bother.
Push the magazine, the base plate against.
No, I'm just saying leverage. I use my body's weight, like to
No,
like
I
help my
got
thumb
that.
jam it. Okay.
Is there a table to put your magazine on so you can push down? against
No,
the table?
motherfucker, it's a field.
Have you seen-
Imagine a field with a berm. That's what
It's
it
like this I'm looking at. It's just a big, except it's all dirt. You're just out in a bunch of land area that's dirt.
Okay,
And you
then
plug your cars in one area and shoot in another area.
I'll
is.
just
Why-
use a
were you
couple
the
of-
one who was asking how many mags should I bring? And I said all of them.
Yeah, bring
Yeah.
every mag you have loaded so that you don't have to load when you're out there.
Oh no, I mean that'll work until I eventually get through it. But yeah,
You can
No,
load
you'll
it.
get, it'll last a long time, and then you can at your own leisure, you can stuff some mags while other guys are like they're flush out, so they have to run over there and like load fucking 6 mags, 7 mags at once.
but over there is like by their car or
Yeah, they're usually by their bag.
Away or 100 yards away or something.
Yeah, by their range bag or like by their car. Some guys go to their car, to the back of their car.
I mean, we're not like maybe it's just the ones in my area, but the outdoor ranges in my area, there's always some sort of it's like usually waist high table that you might put your ammo on or your gun or.
Yeah, at an actual range there is. This is property that he uses.
Right. I don't know where your class is going to be, but like most
It's
of
in
the
Camden.
time, it's private property. Oh, in Camden. Yeah. Look at those
Yeah.
videos. There's no fucking chairs.
There's no tables, dude. It isn't like a range. It's like property. And they just park somewhere on the property and shoot towards another area of the property.
They don't show a clear picture of other than all the shotgun shells hulls.
Well,
No,
if you
there's no
paid
table.
attention to enough of those videos, you'd figure out that there's nothing out there. It's just they go out to some land and they shoot on the land.
Dude,
What,
you better not get no excess big dots. Don't sell out, man. Don't come back telling us about those fucking sites, man. I don't want to hear about
He's
it.
gonna be saying shit about everybody who doesn't have excess on their shit. Oh,
I'm
you're
saying,
not.
if you're a true cadre of fucking TR, then you are a excess big dot fanatic.
I thought you were a shooter. You're just an amateur.
Now, if I have an opportunity to fire somebody's gun that has big dots, absolutely, I'll give it a shot.
Sure. Well,
Like,
Oh no, ask them because they'll do it. But I mean, when I took the fight, all the trainer guns had them, and I actually didn't mind them that bad. But that was like, you know, flash shot picture type shit. But
Dan will start like when he gets back, he'll just he'll have his own chat room for 3%ers. Everybody else could fucking hang out in the lobby.
You can always tell like tactical response, like the initial initiated, because they usually get excess big dot sights. They get a Glock 19, and they carry Korban. You know, Korban DPX. They do whatever Jaeger says.
I may come back having made it through 5 minutes of the class after I tripped and broke my ankle. I could be that guy.
It ain't fucking like you're doing like, athletics or anything. So you'll be all right.
Dude, I was so stressed out, dude.
I'm
like,
saying I could trip over my own feet.
you're not running, dude. I mean, just
You're not going anywhere. Unless you
Never
fall
seen-
down and just stand in places, you'll be all right.
You walk
I've
when
never
they
seen
they
somebody
make you
just
walk from
walk.
left to right on the line. Like they teach you like follow
might
this
take a
instruction.
step. Yeah, you might take a step, but you're
I'm
not
being
walking
facetious.
anywhere.
I'm being facetious.
All right.
I was walking. No, actually, dude, when I took that class, you walked about like 15 yards while you were shooting. You took turns, like going from left to right. Because then there was like I think a piece of cover in the middle. Anyway, but I mean, dude, you're not running. That last class I took, I spent like weeks stressing about, because I knew he made you run 50 yards and do all these like running to get your heart rate up. And it wasn't even that fucking bad, dude. So I wouldn't worry about it.
I guess it's been a long time since I've watched one.
Yeah, it's not so bad. I think what you're not gonna like the most is like shooting your way up. So like if you're on your back, getting on your knees, and then standing up, and then repeating that a few times. If you have bad knees,
You'll be on your back, and you'll have to do one of them things where you like kick your legs up in the air and arch your back really fast, so that you're all of a sudden squatting, and you're going to be required to do that a bunch of times. That's only like 3/4 of the second day.
I just use my hand.
But
I safely use my left hand to get up, to assist me to get up, and there's nothing wrong with that. As long as your gun keeps pointed downrange, you don't sweep anybody. You're good money. Wouldn't worry about it, Dano. You're gonna have a fucking blast. You're gonna come home and you're gonna be like everyone else. You're gonna be like, I'm gonna practice all that shit. I'm gonna dry fire practice. I'm gonna practice my draw at home. And you're not gonna do it. And then in a couple years, you're gonna be like, fuck, I need to take that class again. Get a blue gun. You got a blue gun?
The worst that you'll have to do. The worst that you have to do is this for like, I don't know, a couple of dozen times.
Yeah.
Right from that.
After it's been 10 years of spinal surgery, I have
Oh my god.
not been able to walk like a normal human being.
Oh shit, Dano, you got to call me when you're done with the class, because there's some shit we got to talk about that's you can't really talk about on there.
All right.
But
I
can't
mean,
wait to hear your fucking experience.
I'll try something at least once to see if it's possible. But I'm not going to endanger other people or myself if I don't feel I can do it safely.
You gently get on your back. Like they don't throw you to your fucking back. Like you however you can get on your back, like you lying in a bed, and then you shoot from like in between your legs at the target.
There is one part where you're on a second floor window and you have to jump out, and then as soon as you land, shoot.
Oh, that'll be no problem.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not on my back, I'm okay.
Mind you, this is all flash.
The bullshit part is like the laser effects and then like the smoke machine when you're jumping out of the window to do that shot, because everybody's going to have to make a shot jumping out of a window. That part I can understand, but the smoke and the laser effect is too much.
Is the helicopter shoot the second day?
You have to pay extra for that.
The shooting quals at 100 with the pistol. You got to shoot
Out
like
of
a
a
4-inch
helicopter?
group. You got to shoot a 4-inch group, a headshot.
Yeah,
10 rounds.
out of a helicopter?
No, standing at 100. In the dark without a light. Or you get jumped
Sure.
in the team room.
I'll be warming up every night with Mr. Heating Pad.
You're gonna love it, dude. It's real. It's a really good class, man. I wish I could take it again.
Dan will get a tattoo in the team room.
Oh my! It'll be a tattoo of like excess big dots just floating on his butt. A tattoo
wonder if
of
they
a
make
fucking
glow-in-the-dark
AK in it.
You could get glow in the dark tattoo ink.
What's the other
You
shit?
need to do that if they don't.
There was
Or a
a few.
Or a little TR logo.
A bungee cord, a bungee single point swing.
Well, how their logo is the hand pointing at you.
Mm.
Or no, I guess it's got the 19 pointed at you.
Right.
Get that.
He
Like the
changed it to a
tramp
canic after the check cleared. He was like, fuck it. It's the canic now. But it's
Just
cool.
get the same tattoo of like brass and links on your arm like Jaeger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Random letters going down my arm.
When I took the fight, he bought us pizza. I thought he was such a nice guy when you meet him. He's different than even in, I don't know, in these chats, when he was doing these.
I assume
He's
he
super
is.
nice, yeah.
I mean,
Well, you can tell how good, like normal of a like honest of a person or true a person he is. But he does when he does the chats, he's talking to a bigger audience. When he's talking to an individual, he takes time to give a shit about what you got going on. Pretty interesting guy.
And say what you want about the excess, but there's a reason why everyone gets them on their gun, and then there might be a reason why everyone takes them off. But it makes sense. It definitely makes sense.
So what do we do to this place? Just shut it down already, or what? Like nobody jumps in the chats anymore. You guys have been around for a while. Like, what the fuck did we do anything to get the chatters here when we had dead spots before?
What time is it? Sunday? It's midnight. I don't know.
well, it's Sunday night.
Oh, no,
It's
it's been like this for weeks and weeks. It's been like this for way too long. Especially now that I know how much it costs. Now I'm seeing it as dollar signs trickling by that we're paying for the servers and but mainly the chat server, which is the additional cost.
I had to take a break, man. I had some personal family things.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying you guys. I'm saying you guys have been around for a while, though. Think there's anything to be done to try to encourage people to chat again? But nobody's been around. It's not like, shit, there's been literally nobody around. Nobody chatting, at least. People have been around on the text chat. That's why it's frustrating.
I wonder how much of it is there's a natural, some people, tend to drift out as new people kind of drift in, but
Sure.
How many of them work or are available at different hours? Like, if maybe that's a reflection of why we don't have as many late night chats as there used to be.
No, there's some reason, yeah. But that has nothing to do with nothing. Like you say, people come and go. So this whole time, 4 years now, there's been dead spots before. I don't think I ever really did anything to try to change that. It
No.
just changed it automatically. But I guess
It's
I'm
like,
saying there'd be some way to influence that, some way to encourage people to get over here who would be chatting, I guess.
Probably like the topics, and the other way, the way these things got popular, besides the infighting and the jokes, was
Yeah,
the
I mean,
what was I going to say? No, seriously, this the real was the after shows. Like they were after a main show, and if
Yeah,
there's
the
no
after
main
chats.
show, right? If it's not an after show, there's no main show.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I remember Saturdays and Sundays always being dead, and even Friday night chats. Even if it was a topic chat, because it's Friday night, was always hard to get any sort of numbers. But Monday through Thursday were pretty much good to go. Are you seeing no later activity Monday through Thursday as well?
Oh, you're working, I guess. Yeah, the chats have been dead for a long time, to the point where I'm wondering if it's even worth having them go. Like, it's wasting everybody's time. Like, well, Pink's time.
Oh
to
yeah,
set 'em
I
up.
know. I noticed that. Yeah, Pink's chats are dead. Like for the last couple of weeks, there's no one in them at night. But I think that's probably something to do with like there's no main show pushing them people over there to it. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I
at the
mean,
end of when
but
Matt was getting like 300 or 400 people watching his show, and then he's like,
That's
okay,
true.
so there's a guy named Cork, and he's got a thing, and then you can go watch that now. Like,
Yeah, that's a good point.
you know,
Yeah, I wonder if people are ending their shows with, okay, so if you're interested in keeping up talking about guns, let's all head on over to gunschannels.com/lobby.
Well, even if that is, I acknowledge that's a thing, but it's not a thing that can persist because there's not that many people doing shows, and the people that are pretty much already do just what you said, Dana. They might not every single time specifically say go to the lobby, but they definitely multiple times suggest taking the conversation over to gun channels. So if that alone ain't bringing people over that want to have a conversation, then I'm saying there's got to be other ways to get people over here. I'm thinking advertising or something. Somehow advertise it like this is where you become part of the conversation instead of just on YouTube where you're watching somebody else have a conversation amongst themselves.
yeah. The other thing was the way they used to be titled, like Pink's Lobby 1 or whatever. That doesn't attract anybody because if it was like, I don't know, Mossberg versus Remington, chat, something like that. Even if it wasn't even about that, something in the title, because you can go on the app and you can see what's happening live. I can do it anyway on my phone. And Pink Lobby 1, you'd have no desire to watch that. You don't know what that
That's
is.
what I was also thinking, is that trying to give them themes, like either daily themes or weekly themes or some shit, or just random themes, but give them each a theme to the show. So then, yeah, there's a reason for people to jump in and talk about a specific thing, because the open discussion thing has definitely had as many ups or downs as ups, right? It's got ups and downs, and it's not always good. This whole free speech thing, not all it cracked up to be. No, but I was thinking if there was, some kind of framework to it, then like DB saying, that's a whole different thing when you see it on a playlist or something, like shotgun talk or hunting chat, reloading.
Well, another difference is that Pink's chats are unmoderated chats, which is different than what there was before when we had a moderator, and depending on who the moderator was, may or may not try to keep it semi-focused within, we can talk about stuff other than guns, but once in a while, let's try to get back to guns.
For sure, back in the olden days, that first year, for sure, every time it got off, there was usually somebody around who was like, let's get it fucking back over to guns because this is boring. Because there was enough people in. When there's 10 people in, there's enough people that get sick of whatever sidetracked conversation it goes to, that just don't want to hear it. You want to go back to guns because it's a common thing.
Yeah. But that's a host-driven thing, and when there's no host, and then it goes whichever the way the wind blows it.
I guess it'll also depend if they kill it or not day after tomorrow. If they kill Hangouts day after tomorrow, we're changing the way it works here anyway. Really.
Now, other than the couple of additional services in the Hangout, where have been the indicators that they might cut out Hangouts?
the little thing that comes up and says Hangout will not be available after the 25th.
It says Google Hangout, and then it says the name of the applets.
Oh, sometimes it says a specific app, but
Yeah,
I'll
it'll
have
say like
in the middle, and it'll just say Hangouts is ending April 25th.
Google Draw. I mean, it'll name. It
Maybe
doesn't
it's different
say.
to me. Maybe it's different to me because I'm creating them, right? Maybe you get a different set of messages when you create the thing, but you've created some. You would have
Mhm.
seen it. Anyway, I get some that say an app, but some of them just say Google Hangouts will no longer be available after April 25th. They don't always say a specific app inside of Google Hangouts.
I guess I just haven't seen that yet. So it's supposed to be tomorrow, if that's true.
Mhm. No, now it's the 25th. So what is that? I thought that was Tuesday. Yeah, it's till Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah, they want you to use Duo or some other fucking app, but I don't know if it's 8-panel, 10 slots and all that shit like that. I have Duo on my phone, and it's awesome to call somebody who also has the Duo app, one to
You mean
one.
you mean Google Duo?
It's a like Skype, but it's not.
Oh.
I don't know how you
It's a
could use it.
competitor to Apple FaceTime or Apple.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Is it
it's for
FaceTime?
two-way communication and not broadcast.
Yeah. My mother thinks that FaceTime is the only software in the world that does that because she can talk to her grandchildren. And then when I try to get her on something that's like multi-platform friendly, oh, she can't do that. Can't figure it out. But when it comes to her great grandkids, she can figure out anything.
Is Skype a thing where people go to browse and hang out, or is it just a tool?
It does not have the broadcast capability.
Okay, it's just like texting. Like whatever you do on Skype is between two people, and nobody's a party to it.
Oh no, it can be between 10 up to 10 people.
Oh, but then it's not broadcast anyway. It's just that those 10 people, unless one of them is screen sharing it and broadcasting it somewhere, it's just
Right.
it. And if you go to Skype, it's not like there's anything to watch there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know. If they turn this shit off, somebody will come along and make a new thing.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, not necessarily immediately, but if whether it was Skype or somebody else added on the ability to broadcast and picked it up, and even if it was just a trial basis.
So Enrique's saying has groups within gun channels that, or have groups maybe that within gun channels that focus on particular things like news, entertainment, gun tech, gossip, comedy. Have certain individuals, groups be responsible for the content. And then he said better SEO. I think that would definitely be something. I'd like to actually get going on that project. Damn, I wish I had more time to do stuff. Then Clay is saying interest in firearms is waning since Trump was elected. I definitely agree with you there. But on the other hand, there's got to be a concentrate of people that are frustrated. Whenever stuff like that goes down and momentum just stops to nothing at the worst possible time, and the perception of some people, they're going to have to see that more than ever. And then you'd think when they're frustrated and looking around, that's where we should be there to be a place for everybody to get together.
I think
the noise is heavy, and we're just another thing on the menu. Now everybody's gonna, less people are gonna be talking about activism and stuff.
I don't know if it was Enrique that you had just quoted or who it was, but I think the type of people that have lost interest are the same type of people that if Hillary would have won, would have immediately gone out and paid whatever it took to get an AR.
Right?
And once they had one, would have considered themselves covered good. They didn't care what happened because they had one.
No, I think they would have been in here asking us what kind of handguard to get. Shit like that.
Well, yeah, but their interest would have been very temporary. I mean, once they got it, and then they got the ammo that they felt was the best, and they got the sight that they felt was the best.
let me take it in a different direction then. Regardless, because we've definitely changed over the years, 4 years now. It's been different, been a different place more than once, right? It going forward, since we're at a place where there's a dead spot, it's not necessary to regrow what we had or to revive what we had, right? It's just as possible to, I don't know, rebrand's the word, but just
Run in a different direction.
well, yeah, do our efforts in a different way to get a different group of people here. Maybe the way to do it is to send, reach out to the various gun owners' rights groups again and say, hey, look, we've built this platform. It's got a lot of power and abilities for communication. You can talk directly on the main page with everyone, like broadcast to the whole group. You can put something in a specific channel so that you can broadcast just to the members of that channel or people that search for it, because everything can be archived and easily found. You can send a private message. You can send an instant message. And then, of course, there's the live aspect of it. And you can send all your members here, and it's free. And there's no advertising on it. So you can send them over here, and it's not like we're selling them on Bud's Gun Shop or any shit, except for fucking freedom and individual liberty is the only thing we promote, really, right? So then maybe we do it that way. And then the people that show up are the bunch of people who are gun owners rights advocates. And then we start collaborating on projects, and this becomes the hot spot to fucking keep everybody's, best ideas going and spread, encouraging people. I think I just talked myself into doing it. I think that's what I'm going to do.
That sounds like perfect for Every Second Matters.
I know it's just perfect for that, or it works for that, but if nobody's showing up just to talk normal guns in general, it seems like people ain't even showing up what to buy, then there are people out there with all these different things who are frustrated and learning. And
you guys
like Dan was saying, they know their fucking emails, or they know their old ass forum, or they know their whatever their individual group uses at the time.
Because there's probably like at least 30 to 40 shy people who listen to us for years, and like they'll never jump in. So like they like listening. You guys thought I was joking, but when I was like, when I used to joke around and be like, Flippy is holding this shit down over here, like he really was. It's joke. Hate him or love him, like he could jump in and talk shit.
Oh yeah, Flippy's fucking definitely be a politician if you wanted to, for damn sure.
When he was in here talking, people would jump in and either argue with him, tell him he's an idiot, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
we lost a lot of people recently. Yeah. Like we lost PBR. I don't see him around.
No.
We lost Flippy. I don't see Dead Horse. I don't see a few other people. But like the new guard of guys who are always around, like Night Strike, Smeggy, people like that. But
we don't even have Smeggy anymore. Where's Smeggy?
He's been working a lot.
See?
Island, you know what I'm saying? Island would be in here. No.
Well, that's just, again, that's the way the thing works. That's how a place that has
PBR,
a bunch of bar stools. Now, some of that's the staff. Some of it is like they're sick of the people they're dealing with, but some of it's they're sick of the people that are showing up and drinking at the same time they're drinking. I think of it a lot like a bar or something, like a restaurant or something, right? We're going to have some regulars. We're going to have people that are just always going to be stopping by once or twice, never come back again. We got people who stop by when they're in this part of town, right? But, or when they feel like, catching up or whatever.
I think you're right. And also the Trump thing probably got a lot of people feeling
pacified.
Like yeah, well,
let's say I spread out and I did it. I've been thinking about Recoil Magazine also, like putting some kind of ad in Recoil Magazine, let people know there's a gun place over here. Like, who the hell shows up for that? It could turn into a place of like what to buy real easily. It could be set up to do that, really. And then have a bunch of people who like to talk about their gear, talk to people who are constantly trying to evaluate what gear to buy next. And that definitely seems to be like a big thing. People fucking love talking about that shit.
Yeah. It's worth a shot.
That just holds no interest to me, though, is my problem. I'd have like very little to say to people who are fucking constantly talking about what to buy.
Yeah, that's true. And usually it's like they wind up buying it and then they're done. It's like I remember when the flashlight game got like crazy, like a few years ago, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
figured out, oh, I can buy a crazy flashlight. I'm gonna go figure out which one to buy, and then, oh, this is almost interesting to talk to people about until.
No, here's what I think. It's even worse. The flashlights are indestructible. So once you find one that you really like, it'll be a couple years before there's like an update. Like we're like, okay, now it's 500 lumens. But the guy who opened up, let's say, like the flashlight store, I used to think, how is this guy going to stay in business? Because what people are going to buy a flashlight, and then they're waterproof and they're indestructible. So how many do you really need? Anyway.
Isn't that similar to like the tactical knives? We're all like a blitz for a couple of years. I mean,
tactical knives are same way. Like once you find a really good one, you kind of like, all right, I'm good. How many fucking ARs do you really need?
Well, how often can you shoot?
Stuff like that. So you constantly cycle out, just like the forums, like the High Road or the Firing Line or any of those forums. There'd always be a wave of guys coming in. Hey, I'm thinking about buying a gun to carry.
Well, that's because the forums necessarily, well, and some of them, I guess, more than others, are intentionally or not cater to that. Some of them were more than that. I think we did a pretty good job when I had Gun Chat to, I would say, honing it or shaping it or manicuring it to be just, it was an introduction for new shooters more than anything, as opposed to any of the other themes of a forum back then. And it wasn't huge, but we were able to keep it like civil and interesting, and we had a pretty good group of regulars. Never got huge though. But anyway, I guess that's my thing. I have to figure out, I don't have to, but I should figure out a way to take it and get more people in here. And I got to figure out how to do that. It's obviously not just
Well,
going to happen.
maybe now that the YouTube money's gone away for real, like some of the bigger channels would be more open to like getting new people.
You think that's the way to go? I mean, bigger channel, we're saying like Yankee on up. So that's quite a few by now. What do you think the place
Mac,
would?
Yankee, Hickok, maybe. I'm just saying maybe at one point they were like too busy counting their YouTube money, where maybe now they'll be more interactive and be like, hey, yeah, I'll come over there. Not like full 30, but like just to get new people to jump on their Patreon or whatever the fuck they're doing, or to buy their Amazon links.
Yeah, realistically though, it ain't going to be your Hickok or your Eric, because they have the funds and the wherewithal to just create their own places if they wanted to do that aspect, and they may not want to. They know, as far as I know, they weren't super interactive with their other social media platforms, so they just didn't have time when you got that many people, I'm sure. Plus, I don't know how much time they're devoting to, production. But anyhow, I'm saying realistically, it's like Yankee size. So there's a bunch of those size channels, and they might come over, and let's say they brought an audience of equal size or some portion of Yankees, which is probably the majority of people checking out gun channels now anyway. I don't know, would that be a good thing? Or would it be chaos, or do you think
I think it would be good. I think it would be good because more people come in and disagree or agree, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I hate
do
to
like the idea of having two lobbies. If we got Pink consistently putting up a lobby, I'm thinking about putting up one that's consistently something else. Maybe a themed room. Just do it that way. And then that way people that want to come in and actually get into chatting can do it. And people that are just wanting to bullshit, play video games, and shoot the breeze can do it. And
what's going to say?
That's a clash, I think, that's been persistent all the time.
The other great idea I just had. Check this out. It's a winner. Instead of having Pink run it, if that's affecting like your costs, just having that shit up there all the time.
Oh no, not at all. Absolutely, it's just Pink's effort. I just hate to
okay. Well, yeah, I don't think it's necessary. But like I was going to say is that if enough people wind up in the lobby, text lobby, and they're like, "Oh, you're in here. Oh, you're in here. Hey, you want to do a live? Like you want to start a live thing?" then they have the wherewithal to do it, and they can do it.
Right, assuming that we still have a lot of chats.
Yeah, because Pink running a fucking lobby, and then you go in there, and you know what's funny is I'll log in at like 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes, 4 o'clock in the morning, and there'll be people in the fucking thing, but like no, like in the side.
Well, it's really, at least to me, it's much more of a waiting room than a lot. As far as there's nobody there driving, so it's really those in the waiting room who decide what direction and for how long they're going to talk about X, Y, or Z, or it's going to last for 10 minutes or an hour and a half or 3 hours. But by having a second one open, would need to be different, i.e., there needs to be somebody in the room to guide the conversation, so that it doesn't become just simply a second waiting room.
Well, that's what I just said. Yeah, have it on topics, either like daily or scheduled or something, and then have
Right,
it for like
but how? I mean, so you were thinking like, and then there would be somebody as actively monitoring it, or as host.
I don't know. I'm just
Like a
spitballing
hosted
ideas.
lobby?
Right now, I'm just spitballing ideas. So I don't know, or maybe just have them, and then people that are interested in like reloading or something can host it. Do it for an
You know
hour.
what I was thinking about? I've been like jumping in on these, and this is pointless shit. I don't even understand why people do it. But like, let's say Fisher at Sentinel Concepts will go live on Instagram story, whatever the fuck it's called, and he'll go live, and you'll jump in there, and he'll go, "Oh, hey, what's up, DB Cooper? What's going on?" And he'll be driving his truck, and he'll be answering questions. I don't know, it's not even. Who knows if that's even safe? But I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're on Instagram. He's like basically doing a hangout on Instagram. It's the most pointless thing I've ever seen because it doesn't exist after it's over. And it's a horrible, horrible format to watch it. Like, it's grainy, it's crappy quality.
And you ties up your phone. You can't
yeah,
phone.
exactly. And it constantly cuts off. Like, it'll cut off and then it'll start again. It'll cut off and start again. So my point is, maybe if Marco or you can go on Instagram live and reach that amount of people, because I see it, you know what I'm saying? And
well, I've done Instagram live a few times when there's like a spicy conversation or something interesting happening over here. I tried to do that a few times, and I think the most I got was like 192 people total at the end. It tells you or something.
Oh, okay.
But, only a couple of people at a time. It never draws like people. Again, Instagram isn't a great format, so people don't go, "Oh, I'm going to go to Instagram and then watch something for 15 minutes." Nobody does that.
Yeah, I do, because I want to know what kind of food Steve Fisher ate for lunch. You know what I'm saying? So like, I understand. But my point is that
everybody wants to go to Facebook as a default too.
I know, dude. That's the other fucking crazy shit. When Sheriff of Baghdad was doing his show every Friday, it's pointless to me, dude. It's horrible. And at least that exists after it's over. But when it does, when it's over, it goes back to a horrible quality version of it. Like, if you want to rewatch it, and sometimes that doesn't even work. So whatever.
I think there's something getting people over here that are not just doing stuff live too, though, because like Enrique's saying, the big channels have to go somewhere. Just all channels have to go somewhere. I mean, it'd be okay to have a couple of big channels, I guess. I shouldn't be so discouraged about it, but I like the idea of just the regular people that are doing it to have a place to, post their stuff. And then, like I say, I'd like to see some cross generation with Instagram people, but then those meme people that are good at Photoshop, then they can start.
Oh wow! Can you imagine a chat with like Beardly P and Endo and like those real cynical asshole like meme guys? You know, they're part of the culture, but they're like total jokesters.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. Get some of those guys, because they're masters of Instagram, but they don't. And who knows? Maybe they don't want to do it, but.
Well, the main problem is that with Instagram stuff is that Instagram is super possessive, proprietary about their shit. So the APIs, the things that let you interface with Instagram, are like, even the ones you pay for only are temporary. Like, they only work until Instagram changes their shit up, and they do that constantly, like monthly. So you know, I've had feeds and stuff from Instagram before, but like I say, they have a lifespan, and you either have to be constantly figuring out the next one. So, you know, Instagram will change their shit. It'll take a little bit of time. Everybody will figure out the new one. They'll create some stuff to distribute Instagram feeds. Instagram will get sick of it and they'll change their shit again. So you're basically constantly finding new plugins, basically, for lack of a better word, that create that Instagram feed or something, which would attract somebody who's, you know, would be necessary. Basically, Marco doesn't even hardly hang out here because it doesn't interact with Facebook flawless, or I mean with Instagram, like, you know, merge with Instagram like it could. And, you know, so if they could manage their feeds or something over here, that would be a whole other story. But Instagram is just never gonna, that's not their business policy or whatever. That's not something that can happen, I don't think.
Yeah, but the good guys on Instagram who are really good at what they do, they're selling patches. They're selling out like patches in 5 minutes. They're selling T-shirts. They're selling hats. They're doing.
Oh yeah, they make a bunch of money, but it's all on Instagram.
Oh no, I hear that. But like, even if you it said like gunchannels.com, you know, as a guest, like fucking so and so.
Well, that's a frustrating part too. Look how well Marco's done with the hashtag gun channels. Phenomenally. It's a fucking
and they know it. Everyone on Instagram knows that hashtag.
Yeah, but hardly anybody comes over here about it. And I don't know if that's because, again, we're not photo intensive enough, but you know, you get a couple, like if we had Ill-Mannered Gun Runner and fucking Gun Runner, whatever his name is, 78, and well, we already got Moon. We know the people, and Mario, that Powered by Mario guy. You know, those guys just don't, they run it off their phones. They don't go to computers. They don't give a shit about interacting. Once you're a certain size too, you don't, you know, interactivity with comments and stuff is tough. You just don't have that kind of time in a day. So
I know, but you just had
but if you get all those medium-sized people, the people that aren't necessarily to the point where they're so fat, huge that they're at that level, but just are not even necessarily attaining that level, but just enjoying Instagram, that would be, I think, beneficial.
But you know, I always have wondered why we didn't get the marketing traction of the eyeballs that are clearly seeing the gun channels over on Instagram coming over here. Not that I expect all of them or even half of them, but even as what I'll call a membership bump, that we haven't seen that, or at least I'm not aware of it.
we saw. I mean, I think we saw a huge bump with Yankee
somewhere.
Yankee sent a whole bunch of cretins over here, dude. Little Yankee cretins.
No. I mean from the Instagram reposting that Marco is doing and has been doing.
Oh yeah, Marco ain't sending nobody over here.
Well, no, but it's.
I'm not saying it's intentional.
That people would say gun channels. Well, let me Google gun channels, and then up would come our URL.
Right.
Dude, it's a fucking. I mean, I'm not trying to diss anybody on Instagram that's a reposter, but it's a reposter channel. There's no original content on there to the point where it's like.
Well, at least my understanding is the whole point of doing the Instagram under gun channels was as a marketing tool to get people over here, as well as enjoy photographs.
I have no clue. I'm saying the guys who are really good on Instagram, like Tack Soup, and those guys who are like meme dudes, they're actually doing their own content. Like when you go on their Instagram, like they're sitting there on their computer, like with Photoshop or video editing stuff, and they're doing their little memes or whatnot. You know what I mean? Anyway, some of them, and they're entertaining. I don't follow reposters anymore, dude. I don't need to see another fucking picture of a Taurus with a fucking, I don't know, in Tiffany blue. But I'm not into it that much. But there's other shit on there that's like more interesting.
Well, I'm just saying that the point of doing it in the first place was as a marketing tool for gun channels.
And it is still. However, it has gone way beyond that. So it's not that only or exclusively, and it would not. It's different than that now. So anyway,
It just, I guess, all I'm trying to say is that it hasn't panned out as I would have expected, being as successful as it is in regards to number of views.
Well, there's no way to say that. I mean, without getting into like maybe a Google Analytics and trying to actually see over time how many people came to gun channels from Instagram, which is tough because that means they were looking at it on their computer and came over from there. Possibly when they click over from a mobile device, it would show up as the source. I don't know. I haven't really looked at analytics that close lately, but so you can't rule it out that it doesn't send people over. The fact is that people are on Instagram or on their phones. So if they come over to Gun Channel from their phone and their interaction was with that kind of clunky mobile version, and they look at that and they go, and they go away, that's different than if we had a fancy app popping up and it was, what am I trying to say, image intensive or like image centric. Because those people come
That's true.
are all about pictures. So if they come over to, let's say they do come over to gun channels because they heard about it enough and they literally just go to their browser on a computer and type in gun channels, maybe they even set up an account because they're that interested in it. And then they see that it's mostly live stuff and a news feed. They were coming for like what DB's saying, some snarky pictures or like a bunch of interesting
Hand
layouts
dumps.
or chicks.
What was it? Pocket dumps.
Whatever it is. If they're coming for images, though, gun channels isn't necessarily super image intensive. But again, if that was something we wanted,
I'm on the page right. I'm on Instagram right now, and I click on it, and when I click on him, and it says, "Tag your gun photos with gun channels for a repost," and then it says, "Member of gun channels." That's a hot link. So, he's got a hot link there. But
right.
What I would think is when I click that, I could buy his T-shirts, coffee mugs, and like hats. You know what I'm saying? Like it just means, most of those people who are big on Instagram, they have a link. It'll go to their merch, like their patches, their hats, their T-shirts, their coffee mugs, their jackets, their fucking whatever the fuck they're hawking. What I
have done is made up a couple of those, whatever you call it, graphics. And they say stuff like gun channels, join the conversation or whatever. They're just text. So I've made up a couple of those, and Marco will repost those when I do. So that's more of like once we get in the rhythm kind of thing, and I start posting those things maybe once a week or more consistently, then Marco reposts them. So there's that going on. But just Marco doing his thing is him doing his thing. It's not to drive people over here. But I'm sure if we asked him to, he could. But I think at that point, like DB saying he's got a link to gun channels, that takes him to the main page. It'd probably do us better to send people to a welcome page from Instagram. Like, hey, you're an Instagrammer and you like guns. Thanks for joining. Like, here's some stuff you can do that's might be of interest to you. Like, here's how you post a picture. Here's how you manicure your album.
Or just, how about even this? Like a link to a thing that's like clips of The Daily Show or clips of a match show or fucking Yankees shooting it to the center of left, or like something where there might, because you can put video on Instagram. Like here's gun channels, like here's a variety of what's on gun channel. Because you're right, the fucking
like an
the
actual
front page of gun channels looks like, I don't know, it just looks like, especially on mobile. I just clicked on it. It looks weird. There's Enrique's post from today, or whatever he posted. You know what I mean? Or me, I'll post a picture of like, old Jeff Cooper's holster from like shit that's interesting to me. That's
I definitely understand people who are phone centric coming over on their phones and getting turned off to the gun
These people
channels.
on Instagram don't know who the fuck Clint Smith is my point. They don't know who the fuck Cooper is or
well, not necessarily that. It's just that
I'm telling you, they don't.
It's not gun. It's not. Excuse me, not gun friendly. It's not phone friendly.
Or whatever's on gunchannels.com front page. Like,
well, right.
That's right now. It says here. You just posted something. It says
of the current.
How is your sling set up? And it's a picture of Clint Smith, and it says old guys and old.
You can hear me when you both are talking at the same time.
It says old guys and old slings, and it's a picture of Clint Smith, which is a video. Page
will always be a reflection of the current active membership.
Correct, but that might not necessarily be a good draw for new members, especially from Instagram, who don't know who the fuck Clint Smith is or care. I mean, whatever the fuck. I'm just saying what I post isn't interesting to these people either.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to diss you. It's just like that's just the way it is.
It might do us good to have a separate Instagram welcome page.
We're just pictures and videos.
No.
of not Clint Smith, of gun, like I don't even not even know videos of your show, which would be good because maybe someone will go, oh wow, there's like different podcasts that are associated with gunchannels.com that I can listen to.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, especially if we went to like a video with a minute 30-second. This is what's offered on gun channels, and just literally a minute 30-second video of the different things that are offered over on gun channels. Kind of this is what it's about, and
yeah, because honestly, Instagram and these reposts and the people who hashtag the gun channels to get reposted by Marco, but most of the time they're doing pocket dumps of their gun, their knife, their flashlight, or whatever the fuck it is. And these are people who are, it's almost like guns or jewelry to these people. I'm not sure, this is just my opinion. They're like, it's a show off, it's a show and tell. Oh, look at my cool gear. And that's all it is. Like
on
a little
Instagram?
show and tell. You know the deal. Yeah.
Oh.
And if you look at it, Gun Channels, Marco's, Gun Channels Instagram page, he reposts people's photos. And most of those photos are just people like showing off a gun they bought. And it could be anything from a Taurus to a Wilson Combat. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's no real context to it. It's just like, look at my gun. Oh, now look at my other gun. Or here's what I'm carrying today type of photos. And Instagram is, it's famous for that. It's just not a lot about Second Amendment stuff, not a lot about training, not a lot about even carrying these things. It's like just showing off what you bought type of deal. Or like, it's funny because some of these people will be like, look at my EDC gun. And it's like,
it's a concentration or like a tension thing. Like Instagram doesn't lend itself to spending 15 minutes to learn. It's there to see something and move on, see something and move on. It's like an instant type of format.
Right.
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now. Like it's just like some guy with his hand out with a gun that he bought, or he's claiming that's his EDC gun, and it's clean as shit. Like there's not a fucking mark or a scratch on this gun. And these are the type of people that are out. They're more like this is their jewelry. This is their shit. Anyway, I don't know. I can go on and on about it. That's the new culture of Instagram. It's like the gun people on Instagram, you just don't really know what the fuck they're into.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
like, are they into training? Are they into the rights?
I'll post something like even that picture that just has the Ravens, like, and then the dates and the name of the company or whatever. That's sort of graphic more than just a picture, like you're saying. Like that'll get significantly lower views or hits or whatever you want to call them, compared to like just a picture of a gun laying there with some bullets. Like you lay a gun down in a diagonal, put some bullets next to it. That's what people want. But that's just because, again, that's what you're going to Instagram. Well, at least for me, I go to Instagram when I'm parked, I'm sitting too long at a red light. I'll just fucking look at my.
So it's 99% aesthetics. Is that what you're saying?
That's just a specific formula that people fucking love. Like you can't beat it. It's the best way to look at a gun, and it just is instant views or whatever. So what I try to do with mine is put up stuff that's interesting and informative, and then with enough of that shit that it keeps people's attention. Because Instagram, if you stop doing shit, you'll die and you'll start to dwindle. But if you put up boring shit, people will fucking unsub. It's much different than YouTube. I can put up garbage on YouTube and nobody really unsubs, but you put up garbage on, well, I mean not garbage, but I put up something that's educational, a little bit of medicine, right? And people will unsub on Instagram. Or if I put up something like that on YouTube, people just ignore it and they don't really care.
I like, Moon Food is I consider him a friend, right? I'm on his page right now. His page, every single photo is like the cover of Combat Handgunners, like my entire childhood. Like every single photo is well done, really cool pictures of guns on like different. It'll be like gun. It's a gun on a black background, but there's water, or a gun, like it's just with bullets, or the gun's disassembled. Just whatever he's doing, it's artistic. To the point where he could, maybe get a job shooting the photos on the cover of Recoil or fucking Combat Handgunners, if that even exists anymore, or Guns and Ammo, or whatever.
Like layout for somebody who wants to have like a good.
Right. My point is this, there's no context to this, to the point where I don't know, honestly, if I didn't know the guy, I could be like, these guns are airsoft. I don't know if this guy even shoots a gun. I don't know if he carries a gun. I don't know. I just know he really likes taking pictures of guns, and his lighting is he's making some really cool like artistic choices the way he's taking the photos of the gun. But I don't know that I don't even know if he owns a gun.
And maybe that's the nature of Instagram is it attracts people who are art lovers, not gun lovers.
That's I guess what I was saying too, is that it's just a different audience over there, and the thing is it's an potentially active audience, and it's a big one, and it's international. Somebody mentioned that on Ohio was saying that on Gun Channel side. Instagram's a global format that has endless supply of new original content that is sustaining on volume of quick images that take very little effort to contribute to, show and tell without significant depth research. That's a great way to sum it up.
I need to take off. I'll catch you guys later.
Take it easy.
No, I was going to say earlier was that like if you
Later.
did interviewed one of those people, these faceless Instagram channels, wouldn't it be interesting to find out if Moon Food actually owns a gun or shoots a gun or like carries? You know what I mean? Like, because some of these big Instagram channels, that's
Yeah.
all they are. It's just fucking mystery photos of cool shit or reposters.
I really wanted to meet up with that ill-mannered gun runner.
Mhm.
You know that guy's pictures?
Yeah.
So that guy has a shop in San Francisco, and he just seems like he has interesting taste in guns,
Mhm.
like a more eclectic, like interesting palette. And then there's a guy, Gunrunner 1978 or something.
Yeah, he's cool too.
Yeah, and that guy's funny sometimes. And then again, he just is interested in cool guns from back in the day and stuff like that. And he gets a good supply of them. So I really wanted to visit a couple of those places, but
No,
I don't
it'd
know
be
where-
interesting, man, because some of these guys are going to be like,
where would you put that interview anymore? Nobody gives a shit about that stuff on YouTube. You'd
no,
have to
I
have
think it might.
a podcast where people came to see that shit.
That's true. Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
they
know
could,
who-
if they're big on Instagram, they could advertise, "Hey, I'm going to be on this podcast tomorrow or whatever. Like, come listen to me for the first time and meet me." Because you don't
That's-
know these people. You know what I mean? Like, there's no personality to it.
That's
And-
true. I've seen other stuff besides guns on Instagram do stuff like that. So that's true.
Yeah, because it would be interesting to be like, okay, does this guy actually know about guns, or is he just like, really? I don't know. Like I'm looking at one of these pictures of some guy holding that Korth, you know, or just.
I can tell you
I'm sure.
that
I
I know
guarantee you, some of these people. Go ahead.
So I think I'm saying the same thing you're about to say. Like from the people I know who are on Instagram and who are big, like they have nothing. They own some things, but they haven't done nothing, or they're not even
They don't care.
into acquiring and then taking pictures of for damn sure.
No, I was about to say, like, I'm not trying to, I don't do like dissing people, it's whatever, but like now I follow this channel called Gun Bunnies, and all they do is make fun of the fucking gun bunnies. You know, I follow Pie Hitter, the Pie Hitters. They make fun of the pipe hitters. The whole
They just make fun of too many people for me.
No, I hear you. I totally
I know
hear
what
you.
you're talking
But
about.
however, I don't follow the people they even make fun of. So when I see them making fun of somebody, I'll go, well, who is this? And I'll click on their page, and then like I'll watch their stuff, and it's like, hi, I'm doing a joint venture with Brownells. I'm going to be building a Glock out of a polymer 80 lower. Like it's like,
Did you
It's
watch that
weird.
one?
yeah, dude, it looks like a hostage video. Like I don't like if there's no, it's just the funniest shit to me. So I know what you mean. Like some of these people it'd be fun to have them on, and they could probably talk for hours about guns. Some of them would probably be like, I don't really know much about guns. I've never even shot a gun. You know what I mean? Who knows? Some of these people might live in New York. You know, in New York City or something. You know, or I live in Los Angeles and I'm just a reposter. You know, like that doesn't, just because you're a gun channel's reposter type of dude doesn't mean you even own a gun. You know what I mean? It would be interesting to find out who's who, but no, yeah, I was just thinking about something. Remember that guy Dugan, or like the guy on YouTube? He kind of got big.
Making fun of people.
He's kind of goofy. Yeah, like America. You know. They were on primary and secondary, and one of the fat guys, not the star, he knew more about guns than like anyone I've heard in a long time. So the show was like 4 hours long, and all they did was talk about guns, like strange guns, rare guns, all types of military guns. And it turned out this guy worked at a fucking gun company and designed the Mutant, that fucking that AKAR for that. I forgot what company made it. Who made the Mutant? CMMG. He worked for them for a while, and he designs guns. But like, you would never know that from his stupid ass channel, the Dugan channel. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't. If you watch that, you'd be like, oh my, I don't know who these goofballs are. I don't know what they know. Who knows what they know? They're pretending, they're funny, or they aren't funny, whatever they are. But like, yeah, it was kind of shocking to me to be like, oh my god, this guy's great. He's a great guy to have on a show to talk about guns, because he fucking knows a shit ton about them. You know what I mean? So it would be interesting to see, like, on Instagram, who knows, who would who would be like, no, I got a script from Brownells, and I don't know about guns. I don't know. I just do this for whatever the fuck. Why are you doing it on Instagram? Because they're not it's like, can't be that easy to make money on Instagram. But anyway, it's mind blowing to me. But I did watch that video, and it was kind of weird, to be honest. It was kind of like totally weird, because I've been looking at photos of that person for so long. I've never heard them talk or seen, and to see that.
You're talking
video,
about the 80% lower?
Yeah, I'm talking about the female.
Yeah.
Okay. It was so awkward to, like, it was like, oh
So
my
every
God.
time I've seen her in real life, it's been the same kind of situation. It's like, oh, that's creepy almost, because it's like that with anybody who you've seen staged only.
Yeah, it's like dress up. Like when you see them in the multicam, like, and the night vision gear, right? And they're these posed photos. It just looks like they're having so much fun. And then that video comes out, and they're like, hi, I'm gonna build a Glock. Help me build one. Get my parts out. It's like, oh my God, what the fuck? Go back to doing whatever the fuck you were doing like 5 minutes ago. Because this ain't it. You're not into this shit that much. You're no fucking Coleon Noir or whatever. I'm sure they're gonna be at NRA, dude, walking around, doing shit. That's what it is. So anyway, so not everyone could have a YouTube channel, right? That's what Instagram was perfect. It's like, remember when I was a kid, my dad used to be like, well, ugly people go on radio. Like, if you're ugly, you go on the radio. If you're good looking, you go on TV. That's the difference between like an AM radio host and a fucking guy like David Letterman. You have to be decent looking. And it's almost, and he was saying, like, as a joke, my dad was in radio for a while. It's the same shit. It's like, oh, if you have no personality, Instagram's perfect for you. Because like, there's none. There's no, there's Zippo. Anyway, you just pose like in fancy costume photos. You know who's in here? Who's on Instagram? I don't even know if she's big or not. That Southern J or whatever, Southern Jazz or something. Her name. She's
not big on Instagram, but she's using Instagram a lot.
I talked to her. Anyway, she's a fucking gun person. Like, you could tell instantly. Like, okay, this ain't no fucking. This person's into gun. This person shoots. This person carries a gun. She can clean a gun and all that shit. She was cool. Or some of these other people. God. Anyway, I know what you mean. Those people who are making fun of them, they make fun of the wrong people, dude. They just had a picture of Mike Pannone. You know who Mike Pannone is, right?
No, I know. I was like, what the fuck are they? Like,
they don't know who they don't even know who they're making fun of.
That's what I was wondering. And then somebody in the comments said, like, this is who that guy is, and he said something like, oh, interesting, or something.
They don't know what the fuck they're. No, but you saw the photo. I mean, the photo looked crazy. The gun was out of his hand. Like, it was a two-handed grip, and it was separated. The gun was out of the two-handed grip, right? He was probably demoing that shit to somebody.
Who knows? Yeah.
That's what I figured. He teaches classes now to just all women, like,
like introductory basic class. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So I get what you mean. Like, they're just dumb and they're making fun of just everything they can. But however, at least 50% of the shit that definitely deserves to be made fun of and ridiculed, because some of the shit's ridiculous. And some of it, you're right, it's like they're just making fun of it because they don't understand it. They don't even know what they're looking at. It's just a photo. But yeah.
Well, it's just a little different too. When you're talking to like, I don't know, a bunch of people who know, then yeah, fucking dig into people. But a bunch of people who are still learning, just start digging in. It's like, I don't know.
It would be one thing if you're like, hey, I'm just learning. I'm just started to learn, or I'm just learning. Some of these guys are like, I'm a fucking instructor and I'm teaching classes next week. You know what I mean? Like, and I have 30 people in booking my class. You know, and that's not fair. That's not. They do deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird, but they're there. They're Instagram instructors, like True Exodus and those guys. You know, they're fucking selling out classes. And if someone's making fun of them, cool, because I think that's fine. You know what I mean? You put yourself out there and you get made fun of a little bit, so what? Deal with it. You know how many people made fun of Jaeger? You had to deal with it. You know? Put yourself out there like that. But there are a bunch of fucking people on Instagram that are not like, hey, I'm just learning some new shit. I'm kind of new to this. They go from that point, like, I'm kind of new to this. So, like, straight up, I swear to God, they're teaching classes. It's fucking whatever. You know, like 2 years ago, they were shooting bottle rockets at themselves and shooting outside of every window in their house, 360 degrees, and getting ridiculed about how unsafe that was. And then now they're teaching classes. So, there's other people out there, like that guy at Ohio 2A tonight was like, I will give $100 to any person on Instagram who could find a photo of me shooting into the dirt. Did you see that? Because someone said, dude, all you do is shoot really fast into the dirt. And that's the other thing. These guys on Instagram that pretend like they're like Rob Leatham and Todd Jarrett mixed with fucking, you know, Wild Bill Hickok or whatever. They don't ever show you their target. You know what I mean? Like they never show you their target, or they're shooting rubber dummies that are like 10 feet in front of them, 5 feet in front of them. So some guy called that guy in Ohio out and was like, dude, you shoot, all you do is shoot into the dirt. So he got all fucking pissed off and was like, oh man, just find one photo of me shooting into the dirt and I'll PayPal you $100. But I'm pretty sure I remember him shooting into the dirt. I just couldn't find a photo. I took it down. You follow Black Guns Matter? I was gonna say Black Lives.
No, because enough people repost most of this shit. And he also
Well,
posts shit that's weird, so I don't bother with people that post weird shit. I don't like to see the weird shit, so then I'll just, especially somebody that's doing stuff on the regular, if they post something good, you know, other people will repost it.
no, I just think he's interesting because I never heard of him, but until Instagram. But he travels, he goes to like different cities and he teaches gun safety in like the inner city to like people just, I think for free. Everything's for free.
Oh, I did not.
He teaches classes. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a good thing. It's a good idea. And it's just good to see, no matter what, I don't really, you know, he's kind of an ego kind of dude or whatever, but it's good to see someone on Instagram doing something, you know, other than fucking shooting into a fucking rubber dummy at 5 feet on a shot timer and I don't know. Shit, like doing dumb shit, really. Anyway, so he's out there doing, you know, he's fucking teaching safety classes. He's teaching people the law, not the law, but, you know, helping them out. Second Amendment stuff. He's definitely a big Second Amendment guy, and he's fucking go. He goes to LA, Miami, Philly. I think he's trying to hit every fucking state, and everything is like Kickstarter. So that people are donating money to him, and he'll repost. He'll just like put a picture of that up. And I think Colion Noir helped him out. He's been on the NRA radar. So a couple other people talked about him.
I've heard him on gun radio stations.
Yeah, he came to Atlanta. Like some of his shit sells out. It was like 30 or I look like 40, 50 people, and that's awesome, man. You know, teaching people some safety stuff and basics, man. Anyway, but he used Instagram as his like only venue. He's not on YouTube. You know, he's not. That's it. And it kind of gives me hope for gun shit on Instagram that people can do stuff like that.
Does Marco know him?
No, I don't know if I ever talked to him about it. But probably not. I don't. He don't repost any of his shit. I don't think. He does mostly videos, or like he'll post up like where he's going to be next, or some video about what he's doing, or like some photos from the classes that he did.
I threw some money his way for the Kickstarter. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I like the logo. Like his logo's like Run DMC, that old school Run DMC logo. And I would definitely get a T-shirt. That's what I should do to like help the cause.
Yeah, I liked his message, so I sent him some cash. I saw him on Facebook originally.
Oh, okay, yeah. I always forget about Facebook because I don't fuck with it at all. But that's a lot of people's main platform, you know.
So there's so many people that use Facebook and don't have a website at all. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't have a website.
Well, but I mean, people that are out there doing something like what he's doing, like a big thing with multiple efforts out there, like he'll direct them to his Facebook potentially, and not to like allgunsmatter.com or something.
Understood.
And back to your other thing there, G. I back on my videos on YouTube, I advertise gun channels. I use the end screen and cards. Your show's up on my YouTube 2 or 3 times when it's running.
Right on. So maybe that's what I need to encourage, is just have people that are out there doing it. Encourage, do that. Because that gets people over that are both watching your shit for what you're going to be doing and how you're doing it, and then the people that are just watching your shit to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to throw a short video together, or at least a few pictures of my screw build AK before Thursday's AK chat.
You built a screw build?
Correct. I built it because I heard so many people talking crap about them. So just to, I don't know, just to see what I could do with it. I built it. I got about 200 rounds through it. But it's now non-transferable. So I'm going to throw some, I'm going to go ahead and rivet it up. There's a lot of people saying you couldn't even fire 20 rounds through it. The thing was going to fall apart. So I did the engineering calculations for the screws versus the rivets, and the screws were about 1/3 less as strong as the rivets, but that was just in sheer strength. So I wanted to see what I could really do for fun. But it's a non-transferable gun in my state now, so I'm gonna throw a black nitrided barrel on there, and I got all the stuff from AK Builder, so I can install rivets properly now.
You be able to use the same receiver over again?
Yeah, that's what I plan to do. I can't legally buy another receiver and register it in the state.
You didn't open the holes up too wide with the threads?
No, I was careful. I don't believe I did. I was pretty careful with what I was doing. I was kind of worried about that. I might get a new rear trunnion just to be safe, but the front trunnion was pretty good. I mean, that was the point of this test. It wasn't really supposed to be some super reliable. I just kind of wanted to see if I could prove people wrong. I have like a video or two of me shooting at the range, shooting screw build, and I have I think I might have some video of me building it. I kind of wanted to put a little something together so you could have something to show that some people actually have built screw builds, but I have finals this week, so I don't know if that's going to get done. I mean, at the least, I could put together something like 3 minutes just with some visuals.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, don't worry about it. We can do the show every week, so don't sacrifice school or nothing. Did you weren't nervous at all shooting that thing?
No, I felt really confident putting it together. I wasn't even a question.
Could you get a shotgun in 1878, made in 1878, and still shoot it?
Ah, 1878. I don't know about that. I might have to wear my IBA-2, some safety shield for my face. I was thinking about shooting my 1914 shotgun. I found out that I have a Model 12, Winchester Model 12, and I decided to look the serial number up, and it's from 1914.
103. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I called my dad up because it used to be his gun. And I said, did you know this gun was this old? And he was like, yeah, it was your great grandfather's. I was like, you never told me.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying. You end up selling it like, yeah, I don't use the shotgun that much. Really good.
For a while, I was going to cut the barrel down and get the trench kit for it and toss it on there.
So Pants was saying, all right, Ohio was saying that the screws would be stronger. I think they would be. That's why people suggest not doing it, because then it just transfers the stress to the sheet metal instead of letting the stress dissipate in the, what do we call the joint between the rivet and the sheet metal. So
Yeah.
some depends on when you're talking about, but and everybody's, you're talking about like a fully heat treated receiver versus one where they just heat treat the rivets or something, like the hammer pins and the trigger pins. So depending on what kind of receiver it is, back in the day, you'd see pictures of screwed builds that were, the screws were fine. The screws are screws. It's just that the receiver itself would rip behind.
We lost G-Webs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did the calculations. Oh, he's back.
I like getting kicked out just because of my opinions on screw belts. It's fucked up.
Yeah, as you were saying, the receiver would rip.
Yeah, I don't know where I got cut off there. I was just saying I don't know why they don't make some kind of screw that has the characteristics of a rivet, so that when you screw it in, it actually interfaces like a rivet, and then it would be the best of both worlds. Just Loctite that fucker in there.
Yeah, the reason the screws lost was because they depending on the size of the screw and the size of the rivet, if you have both the same size, you lose all of that area in the threads.
Yeah, like where a rivet is like a funnel shape or basically a curved wedge, fills in all that space.
Mhm.
The screw just sits there. But you can, I mean, there's different ways people have fucked with screws, I suppose.
Yeah.
But normally
It's
there's
just-
that cavity behind there where they're expecting the receiver to kind of shape a little bit and then fill in that whole little funnel shape on the receiver or on the trunnion, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the stress is force over area. I mean, not every stress, but axial stress, like right on, would be force over area. So the more area that you have, the less stress? Yeah, force divided by area. Yeah.
So what I've always read was that the rivets are there because they need to flex, and so they used like a leaded steel, and you'll see people that sell hardened steel rivets, and you should really stay away from those even when you're buying rivets. And the problem with the bolts is that they don't flex at all, and when they move, they break. Now, can you build a AK out of bolts and have it hold up just fine? Yeah, you can. A lot of people have done it. I mean, I see a lot of people go to bolts or screw builds because they're afraid to get into the rivets because they're afraid of screwing something up. But I mean, you screw a rivet up, you drill it out, and put another one in. You know, I mean, it's not a. I could see myself getting into more trouble doing a screw build if I broke a tap in the trunnion because you'll never drill a tap out.
Or screw it in funny.
Yeah.
And then you just fuck up a trunnion. And the trunnions were harder to replace back in the day. But the thing is, like you're saying, you fuck up a rivet, you drill it out, and you put it in again. You're getting better every time you put in a rivet. So
right.
You fuck it up.
On my AMD, I got a couple rivets I got to replace. I screwed up. I mean, because it's the first one I built, and I mean they're tight, they're not moving, they're not loose. They just didn't seat quite right. So I'll drill them out. I'll get another rivet and punch it in there.
The rumor that I heard was that rivets were easier for people in camps in Siberia.
I mean, if you really think about it, it takes longer to do rivets. I mean, they could have, when they were machining the trunnions, they could have just tapped them right there on the machine, on the mill, and bolted them together. It takes longer to do a rivet build, I think. Well, I mean, from a rebuild from this standpoint, it doesn't take longer because you got to tap all your trunnion holes by hand. But I mean, from like a machining aspect, it would have taken them a lot less time to just thread them when they're milling the trunnions. The major upside I see to doing screw builds is you don't have to buy all that fucking tooling.
Well, assuming you have all the taps and shit, otherwise you're buying taps.
Yeah, but I mean, $30 tap versus, a 20-ton press and a trigger guard jig and a barrel jig. Well, I guess you gotta press a barrel in either way.
We're not doing too many rivets with a big 20-ton press. I guess it's possible. That's a lot of tool for a precise thing.
Well, I bought a Harbor Freight 20-ton press, so it's really a 10-ton press.
I'm just saying that's a lot of tool to like be precise with a rivet. You end up having, they build up their pressure and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I did all mine. I did all mine on the press except for the front trunnion. I did with the Toth tool, bolt cutter, squeezers, and those things are worth every penny.
Yeah, those are easiest for sure.
I got my Bulgarian 74 barrel head spaced. I just got to drill it and press the pin in, but I think I'm going to wait till I get a drill press. I don't know if I want to freehand that.
my fiance's asleep right now, but I got a photo of the I just posted it in gun channels, the screw build.
What's an AMD?
Yeah,
You got
the
oh, so you got
uh,
did you get that AMD Tech sling loop there?
yep.
I just bought because I didn't have a sling loop when I built mine, so I just bought like an East German sling loop, and I'm trying to put that little cut in the side of the receiver there. That thing is a motherfucker to bend.
Yeah, I bought that originally, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I was thinking about just putting some what is it? Some RTV over the hole in the inside.
Like, because you got to, push it through the slot and then bend the two tabs out.
Yeah.
If I didn't have my rear trunnion on, I could do it. So I got it in there, and it's like the tabs are like half bent out. Things all flopping around. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna tighten that up.
Yeah, I have the cheek riser on there too, and that's awesome.
Yeah,
I really like it.
I need to get one of those because you can't even get a chin weld on this freaking stock.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pulling the rivets out of, I mean the screws out of it, and throwing some rivets in there, and I'm gonna be putting a 12.5-inch barrel on there.
Yeah, that's my next step. I think I'm gonna stamp this receiver, and I'm wishing I would have done that from the start.
What's your
But
full plan?
I was impatient. I'm just gonna put the correct length barrel on it, but like I said, it would have been easier from the jump. Now I gotta drill all these rivets out and take it all apart. Because I mean, most of the work of building an AK is all on the front end of the gun, and that's what you got to do to change the barrel.
That should be fun. I got the
I don't know if I'm gonna just press this barrel out and get it cut and turned down and threaded, to the appropriate length, or if I'm just gonna buy another barrel. I'm thinking it'll be easier to just get this barrel cut down, because then I don't have to rehead space it. I don't have to, realign the gas block and drill the gas port. I just have to put the front sight post back, get that lined up.
yeah. You could be really lazy and put one of those silly front side post combos on there.
Nah, I want to keep it. I want to keep it as close to the way it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I can't have NFA weapons in my state, so I ordered the 4-inch can to go with the 12.5-inch barrel.
They sell those AMD style brakes, but they have like 2 extra holes in them. They're like 4 inches long, and you can get those pin and welded.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Yeah.
I have it. I think it looks ugly as hell.
I like the factory AMD brake, but yeah, the 4-inch long version is kind of goofy.
Yeah, I kind of ruined the factory brake welding it. So I was gonna run this screw build until it blew up or something happened, where one of the screws got loose, and because it's a non-transferable assault weapon. I'm gonna throw the rivets in it because it seems silly to have something that's not reliable. You know, could potentially not be reliable. You know, if the receiver cracks or something or whatever. Non-transferable assault weapon.
California, New York, New Jersey, or
Massachusetts.
oh,
So that I had to bolt. There's no button to collapse the stock. I just put a bolt in there with some Loctite on it.
you can't have a folding stock.
No.
I love all these laws they come up with. Like it makes a difference.
Yeah, they're all so sure they're saving lives.
Like, I mean, I live in Ohio. We don't have like that restrictive gun laws or anything, but like we don't have a concealed weapons license. We have a concealed handgun license, which means I still can't have even though I have a concealed handgun license, I can't have a loaded long gun in my car. But if I don't have a butt stock on it, it's not a long gun, and so I can have that in my car. You know, it's like, what's the difference?
No, yeah, we can buy like no pistols in this state. And one of the funniest things is my Class A license to carry allows me to open carry, which is funny. 'Cause, I don't think I ever want to try that out. Might not be in my best interest.
Here, like, there's no law saying that you can open carry, but there's no law saying that you can't.
I have it's funny though. I mean, I don't know, I just don't want to test it. That, I just have a feeling that most police don't know the laws.
Yeah. I mean, even, you're not breaking any laws, but somebody can make, your week a pain in the ass because they don't know the laws.
Did you say you're from Massachusetts, Paints?
I'm not.
No, I am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just paid my $100 from a non-resident. I'm in Rhode Island.
Oh, cool. Whereabouts?
Westerly.
Westerly. Is that south?
Yeah, it's way down the bottom there, near Connecticut. Musquamicut.
Yeah, cool. I lived in West Warwick for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to New England Tech.
All right.
I miss Wienorama. You know what Wienorama is in Cranston?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Well, I just got ripped off by my local gun store on 2 magazines.
What'd you pay?
Well,
What mag?
they're AK mags, but they're going out of business. And I went in on their last day. They had everything in the store 50% off. And they had a big box full of AK mags, and they're all wrapped up individually, and they were marked Polish. And they had $40 price tags on them, so I got them for $20 a piece. Got them home, opened them up, stamped in the bottom of them. It says "Made in Korea." Classic Firearms is selling South Korean AK mags for $7 a piece.
Ooh.
So I just paid $20 a piece for $7 magazines.
Yikes.
That sucks.
And I can't return them because they're not open anymore. But now I get to see if these South Korean mags are any good before I order any more from Classic.
That's an asshole move.
Yeah, it said right on the. See if I still got the bag. Polish AK-47, 7.62 by 39. That's what the bag says.
Do you think the gun shop knew?
I don't know. I don't know if they received them this way. Or I don't know if they packaged and labeled them, or that's how they got them, and that's how they, they just put them out on the shelf. They could have got ripped off on them too. I don't know.
Hey Rick, do you have that law trying to get passed in your state too about the dangerous people thing, the order?
Oh yeah. It's going through the state house this coming Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it too. I don't.
I tell you, they're making it so tough up here in the Northeast. I tell you. And amazing Massachusetts, isn't that where the famous shot heard around the world came from? The revolution.
Oh yeah, man, you can't bring a pre 1994 assault weapon, quote unquote, into Lexington. If you're caught driving one through Lexington, you're screwed.
Well, assault weapons are select fire, right?
No, semi-automatic, according to them. You bring like a pre-94 AR-15, or I guess post-94 too. They consider it an assault weapon when you're done.
In my brain, assault weapons are select fire.
Which is, I just think it's pretty funny because that's where the Revolutionary War started, over gun control.
Yeah, your attorney general is something else, I tell you.
Yeah, she was definitely hoping Hillary would get in, so she could have said, "Hey, I fought guns, Oops. I was pretty pissed that Charlie Baker supported the assault weapons ban, a Republican governor.
Yeah, me too.
That's messed up.
But I mean, you know what they say about Republicans in blue states?
Rhinos.
The Democrats.
Republican in name only. Rhino.
Yeah.
I'm in Ohio, so it's like 50-50 here.
That's pretty good. I'm planning on trying to get out of here after I get out of college.
You know, I was talking to somebody earlier, you know, because like how small we're all up here. Like I'm in Rhode Island. To travel, I got to either go to Massachusetts or Connecticut. And those two states do not recognize my Rhode Island permit. So I have to get one for each state. So I forked over about $400 to do this. You know, it's a pain in the ass. It really is.
I think there's like 4 or 5 states that don't accept my permit.
Most likely Massachusetts and Rhode Island are 2 of them.
Yeah, and Connecticut.
Yeah, I got a Rick. I got a buddy who is from Barrington, Rhode Island originally. Sure. So he's going through the whole process right now to get his license in out-of-state license in Mass and in Rhode Island, so he can, you know, travel.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, getting my license from Massachusetts, that was a process and a half.
Did you have to show up somewhere? He was telling me he had to go somewhere in person.
Oh yeah, I had to go to Chelsea.
You had to go to the Firearms Bureau?
Oh yes. It took me from Westerly here. Honestly, it took me an hour and a half to get there. I was in there 15 minutes, then an hour and a half back.
Okay, it's 10 states. 10 states don't recognize my license.
That's still not bad.
I got 7 licenses now.
Oregon, California. That's weird. Minnesota, Illinois, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, and DC. Oh, I missed Hawaii and Puerto Rico.
So, I mean, what makes it worse? You can't even, like, if I was going to drive down to Florida where my kids are, I can't drive. I mean, I got to go through New Jersey. New Jersey won't give you out-of-state permit. But you can use that federal law by putting it in your trunk or whatever.
Mhm.
But you can't take any ammo unless you take, because, well, you have to take regular ball ammo because it's against the law to have hollow points in New Jersey.
I wonder why that is. Like, who came up with that?
God knows.
I mean, you're more likely to penetrate soft body armor with ball ammo than you are with hollow points. If they're looking at it from that aspect.
You can't look at it logically. The pants. The people who probably put that in place think that the hollow points are heat-seeking bullets.
What they used to call them back in the day, cop killers.
Yeah, and I think that's where that law comes from, because, you know, when they first came out, they explode inside you, or like they open up and stuff, and they figured that was a, you know, mean, dangerous bullet, so you can't have them.
I bet money that there's a good amount of the people who believe that actually saves lives.
Oh yeah, I bet there is too.
There's a lot of people who you know, a lot of people think that most people who are for gun control are like super sinister, but I've met quite a few of them in this state who are, you know, really adamant that all gun controls save lives. I don't associate with those people.
I'm related to some of those people, so.
I might be related if my brother gets married.
Yeah, I got one friend who doesn't like guns. I've known him for years and years and years before he even got into guns. And he asked me politely not to carry in his house. So, I mean, I have a safe in my truck anyway. Or like when I have to go to the post office and stuff like that. So I always put it in there when I go in. But I said, what happens if somebody busts through your door right now and your grandkids are here? He said, I guess I die. I said, you don't even want to have a chance? Nope. You know, I give up trying to talk to him.
I had one boy. He wasn't like anti-gun or anything, but he just didn't care.
Yeah.
And him and one of my other buddies who's big into guns was over my house, and I was like, dude, you need to shoot my AR. And he's like, nah, whatever. And my other buddy's like, yeah, you need to shoot his AR. And he's like, I don't care. We're like, come out back, we're shooting the AR. He fired one shot, and the grin on his fucking face was priceless. And now he owns like 5 guns.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I've only been in the guns for a couple of years now. You know, I bought one. Then I think I got 7 now.
Yeah, before I joined the army, I always wanted a gun, but I guess you could say I was so warped by everything that had been fed to me that I literally thought that guns were really only for professionals. Honestly,
I was always interested, but I like when I was younger. Like I didn't grow up around them like a lot of people do. My mom's pretty anti-gun, which is weird because she grew up with them. Her dad's house is full of guns, and you know, I remember when I was a kid. You know, I went up to my grandfather had like a hunting cabin out in Tynesta, PA. And I went out there with him one time, and he's like, "Oh, you know, shoot this 22, you know." And the first thing out of his mouth was, "Don't tell your mother." But so I mean, I waited because she always told me no guns in her house, so I followed the rules because I was living in her house. As soon as I moved out, I got one.
Yeah, talking about what you were saying about guns for professionals. A couple of months ago, our local police station down here, their outdoor firing range is up in the behind the trash transfer station. And I happened to be up there emptying some trash out, and I happened to stop by and watch them shoot. Damn, they need some lessons.
Yeah, I swear it's I just swear it's like the mood of the state. It's like this elitist thing that's driven into people that, oh yeah, they're only for professionals. Even at one point in the army, my buddy showed me in 1911 he got one that was dedicated to the deployment, and they just got back from. I remember like thinking like, whoa, you should check that into the arms room, dude. It's just so insane. that train of thought.
Oh yeah, I can believe it. To be honest with you, I mean, for 25 years, let's see, from the age, how old? I'm an old guy. Let's see, from when I was 25 till I was 40, I lived in England. So I mean, that's a no gun. I mean, actually, it's got worse after I left. But I mean, it was hard to even get a shotgun over there.
No hunting on the king's land.
Oh, that's right, unless you had permission.
Yeah, I'm originally from Marblehead. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, Rick.
Yeah.
It was the first place to outfit a slave ship before they went over to. Yeah, I ended up moving to Lynn when I was in high school. I don't know if you heard of Lynn. A lot of people have heard of Lynn.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Any good things?
Not really. No, I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah, but to finish the point I was kind of getting at, I'm out of the army now, and I've been out for a couple of years, and I just recognize how crazy and elite, like a very elitist that train of thought is.
Yeah, but I mean, like up here in the Northeast and over in Europe, that's the way you're just taught. You don't know any different.
Yep.
I mean, I was talking to my sister. She still lives in England, married to an English guy, and I was telling him about my guns, and he said, "You have them in your house?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I got one in my hand right now as I'm talking to you. They can't. They just can't fathom it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just they just think guns equal violence. Just not the case. You have guns. What if you get mad?
I've left my doors unlocked, and none of my guns tried to get out of the house even.
Yeah. I mean, like my friend, he keeps telling me, I said, well, I'd rather have a chance to be able to protect myself. He said, you're more likely to shoot yourself in the leg pulling your gun, or you mostly die trying. I said, but at least I've tried, is my argument.
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, if you have panic scare, you will shoot yourself.
Hey, with this gut I got in front of me, it ain't going to happen.
That's what Yankee told me. I don't know.
Yeah, I hate that law that says you're only allowed to have one loaded gun in my state, in your house.
Do they check?
I don't know. I was living in a.
Do they come around and do loaded gun audits?
No, But I was living in a really cool town where I don't know if you ever probably haven't heard of it. It's called Nahant, and I went down to the police station to do the interview for my carry permit, and the guy was delighted. I was always told it was going to be the opposite. He was going to be angry to see me and not happy. The guy saw me on the spot, interviewed me, had me edit my form to say something that I was told in class not to write, which was all lawful purposes. I was told to not write that in my carry class. The cop told me to change it to that. He was really cool. Couldn't believe that.
I wrote that on mine.
When I went to get my concealed carry permit, we have to go to this sheriff's office, and the only thing they do use this office for is registration for concealed carry permits, arson offenders, and sex offenders. So I go in there, and you have to do it by appointment. They only take so many people per day. And so I go in, and I'm sitting and I'm waiting, and one of the deputies walks by me. He goes, now, I guess I should fill in a little backstory here. I have long hair. I have a beard.
You're a sex offender.
But deputy walks up and he goes, what are you here for? And I said, concealed handgun license. And he goes, huh, and walks away. I was like, you dick.
Yeah, I had my parents were getting divorced, and I was sleeping in my dad's basement for a while. So I had all my guns there, and cops came a couple of times because the divorce wasn't that pretty, and they were really cool. They just, is there any weapons in the house? Yeah. They locked up? Yeah. That was it. I could see some other towns dragging you through the coals, for something completely unrelated.
Oh yeah, I could too. It's amazing you got away with that without any problems.
Yeah, I actually tried to leave the house before the cops came, but the police station's like not even a mile away, so they were like, "Oh, where you going?"
Yeah, we don't even have local police here. We have county sheriff, and they're pretty cool. In my county, anyways. Some old lady up the road called on my neighbor for shooting, and they just came like, we can't tell you to stop, but it'd be nice if you would.
That's pretty cool.
It was after. We do have noise ordinance here after certain hours, and it was after that.
I wish we could just go outside and shoot.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I want to move to New Hampshire. Literally, I could throw a rock on my side of the street. I could throw a rock at an apartment building right there. So I got one house, two houses, three houses, four houses, and an apartment building all around my house. My car alarm went off one night, and I had a bad alarm sensor. And the next morning, people approached me from the house to like behind to the left of me. And they said, "That's not going to happen again, is it?" I was so tired. I wanted to be like, "Oh yeah, I enjoy having my fucking car alarm go off at 3 a.m. I guess now I'm worried. I'm worried about I got a lot of windows and stuff, so I'm worried that they're fucking staring in my windows. And I don't know, after being threatened after my car alarm went off, I'm sure as hell don't trust any of them.
What are you talking about?
I got a bunch of asshole neighbors.
You know, we're talking about how, like we were last night, talking about how it's like to live up here in the Northeast.
Pants was telling us he had some cool sheriffs.
I mean, every encounter I've had with the sheriffs in my county has been positive. I got in a car accident one time, and one of the deputies is, filling out the report, and it wasn't my fault. Somebody turned left through an intersection. We're coming through an intersection. The person on the other side turned left. They didn't yield, so I was coming straight through. So we hit head on. But the sheriff's taking his report, and he's just like, all right. He goes, how fast were you going? I was like, I don't know, about 40. He's like, 35? I'm like, no, 40. And he's like, 35? I'm like, 35. He's like, okay. And he writes 35 down.
I got stopped for speeding the other day, and the cop comes up to the window. Now, here in Rhode Island, you don't have to tell him you're carrying.
Oh, I have to. That's got to be the first thing out of my mouth if I get pulled over.
I figured it was safer to tell them than if they asked me to get out, because I was doing 45 in a 25 zone. So I figured I was in serious trouble. So I figured they might pull me out of my truck. So I said, they came up to the window. I said, "I'm gonna let you know I got a firearm and a license for it." He told me to keep your hands on the wheel and don't move them. And he was good as gold. Actually, he even let me off the ticket.
Yeah, I usually when I get in my car, I usually put my wallet up on the dash, like in front of my speedometer there, so I don't have to reach for it if I ever get pulled over. And then I keep my insurance card in my console right next to me, so I could have all that stuff ready before they even get to my window. So I don't have to tell them I have a firearm and then start digging through my car.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. I got all my stuff for like in an envelope up there on my visor, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I don't have that. I have to do some digging. Seemed like it would be a
You
good
don't have
idea.
to tell them in Masso, do you? Either, I don't think.
I'm not actually sure. Should probably look that up.
I know a guy in Pennsylvania that got pulled over, and cop came to his window and he told him, just so you know, I have a firearm. And the cop told him to put his hands out the window and step out of the car and was, call for backup and all this shit.
Oh, some do. Some do.
And-
I've heard
and-
some of those stories here in Rhode Island.
And said he, was going to arrest him for threatening him. And he's like, I didn't threaten you. He's like, I was just telling you I have a firearm. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, that's the law. I have to tell you I have it.
Do you have to tell them down there, G-Webs in Arizona?
If you're asked directly, of course, but no, you don't have a duty to inform.
Yeah, I believe it's if asked.
They hardly ever ask you. I mean, I don't get stopped all that much, but maybe half the time they ask you. Only one time ever did they ever give a shit. unless you count like a long time ago, we would go fishing and shit, and coming back from fishing in the middle of the night or going there or whatever. I think we were coming back in the middle of the morning or early ass morning, and my one friend had I think a Glock 30, and they were sitting there bullshitting him for a while, and then finally he comes back to the car. I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh, we were just talking about my gun. So I guess they were thinking about buying a 30, and they were just bullshitting about it. I'm like, damn, you're back there for like a half an hour. I thought you were getting arrested or something.
I had one cop before I got my concealed carry license, pulled me over while I was going to work, and this guy was just certain, because I mean, I wear the uniform, I look like a drug dealer or a drug addict, so you know, first comes to my window, first thing out of his mouth is, you got any drugs on you? And I'm like, no. And he goes through his whole list. You got any marijuana? No. Cocaine? No. Heroin? No. Pills? No. Just through his whole list. And he's like, you got any weapons? I'm like, no. And he's like, knives? I'm like, no. Guns? No. Hand grenades? No. Rocket launchers? No. He goes, I don't believe you. I'm like, well, you don't have to believe me, but you know.
I feel like, where the hell would I get rocket launchers at?
Yeah,
I want a rocket launcher so I can start looking. Like,
he's like, I know you have a weapon on you, and I'm like, how do you know I have a weapon on me? He goes, because of that in your back seat. And I had a target from the range, you know, rolled up in my back seat, and I'm like, that's a piece of paper, dude. That's not a weapon. He's like, where are the drugs at? I go, at this point, I'm just getting pissed, so I started getting smart with him, which didn't help the situation. He's like, where are the drugs at? I said, have you tried East Cleveland? I hear there's a lot of drugs down there. He's like, you know, my dog's 99%. It will find it. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, is there a reason you pulled me over? And he looks around. How long has your windshield been cracked? I'm like, a week. He's like, well, I got to write you a citation for that. Where are you going? I'm going to work. What time you got to be there? I said 1:30. What time is it now? I said 1:23. He's like, okay, sit tight. And he goes and sits in his car for exactly 7 minutes. And he comes back to my window and he says, we got to wait for somebody else to come get here before I can write you a ticket. I'm like, all right, you already made me late. And he had me get out of the car, and then he stopped me. He had, you know, told me to go back behind my truck, and he stopped me halfway there, and he's like, this is your last chance to tell me where the drugs are at. I'm like, I told you I ain't got shit. He's like, okay. And he takes me back to another cop. The other cop was playing good cop. He said, oh, what do you do? Well, you know, asking me, you know, we're just bullshitting. While the other cop is emptying everything in my truck out on the side of the freeway. And then he comes back just pissed because he didn't find anything. And I'm like, I'm still bullshitting with the other cop, and he notices my clip from my pocket knife sticking out of my pocket. He lifts my shirt up with his flashlight, and he's like, I thought you said you didn't have any weapons. And the other cop's like, he didn't reach for it, man. It's just a pocket knife. And I'm like, can I go now? And he's like, get the fuck out of here. Sent me on his way. I should have reported him.
That's that long hair, right?
Yep. So, I mean, I guess I asked for it, but I never consented to a search, you know, or anything.
I got dicked with one time just because of my car, I think. But I don't know. I can't say I'm down for just saying, like, you deserve it if you look like a shithead, because what the fuck? There's a law that says you can't look like a shithead. I like looking like a shithead.
I mean, that's the worst I've gotten. I had one, I've been pulled over before for no reason, and the first thing out of the cop's mouth was, where are you going? And I said, why did you pull me over? And he said, because you look suspicious. I said, suspicious of what? Are you profiling me? And he said, have a nice night, and walked away.
Yeah, I've gotten that pullover before. Like, oh, you were like, I actually got told they thought I was speeding. I'm like, wait, you pulled me over because you thought I was speeding? Wait, how does that work? You know, even though I wasn't speeding and you have no way to prove I was or wasn't, but you thought I was. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Anyways, hey G, what's up? I haven't freaking been on one of these in a while.
What are you doing?
Yeah, fucking outside of a bar in bumfuck Kansas.
Working or drinking?
No, just tonight was my night off and I didn't want to sit at home being bored, so. What have you guys been up to?
Same old stuff. What's it like living in Kansas?
Fucking stuff. I thought it was going to be cool. I mean, the gun laws are awesome, but it's like no shooting ranges near me. And it's just like the whole time I've been here, it's been cold. I finally get a night that, it's not freezing out. And then it starts raining all the time. It's okay, but it's different. Not to mention on my days off, there is nothing to do. And then when it's my day off, my wife is working, so it just kind of, I don't know. And this whole job thing is just working for a living sucks. Anyways.
Right on. Well, it's better than what you were doing before, I suppose. Being separated and all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I spent some time in Wyoming. I know what you mean as far as like when you're used to being able to like, even though you don't take advantage of it necessarily, when you know there's a billion things you could do, like just knowing that you don't have that many options is weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's weird. It's like, if I was in California and it was my day off, I'd be on the bike with my backpack and I'd probably be camping or something. Or I'd be going up somewhere off-roading with some friends or doing something. Here it's like, oh, it's my day off and I guess I'll go play pool. Because that's the only damn thing to do is drink and play pool.
You can farm corn.
That's what I could. Matter of fact, I gotta find out if it's my turn to play. These guys are over here fucking around. Hey, who's up? Hey. Oh, they're up. Okay. All right. Fuck me.
Can they smoke inside of bars there?
No, they don't smoke inside of bars here. No, that's still the same. At least I don't think it did. I haven't noticed. I don't think so. I don't know. This is the first time I've freaking actually gone out since I've been here as far as bars or anything. Kind of pissing me off. I'd like to get one game of pool in before the night's over, but these other people that it's their table right now are out fucking screwing around. Anyways, I'm not as nice and, as I used to be. I'm just kind of grouchy.
Have you been buying anything new since you can?
Not really. I haven't even I've gone to a couple of the local shops here, but they don't have a lot of stuff. I've been thinking about getting a Glock 26. Now that I'm actually a resident of Kansas, I was going to get my CCW, but the problem is I don't even know what days off I ever have. It changes every single week. Sometimes I'll work on Saturday, sometimes I won't, so I need to get in and get a class so I can get my concealed carry permit. I mean, I don't need it legally, but still, I'd like to have it. We went to not too long ago. We went to Topeka, and we went to a Bass Pro Shop, and they had a lot of handguns and stuff. They had a lot of stuff. It was pretty nice.
Is it too cold to ride your bike, are you saying?
No, tonight it's starting to warm up. Like it's starting to get warm again, but it's like for the most of the time it's cold. This week it's been all right. Like I'm out on the bike tonight. But anyways, what is I haven't even gotten to see any of the Never Enough Ammo chats or anything. What's been going on, really?
No, nothing in the news, so just standard stuff. Nothing.
What's been going on with the Daily Show?
Just doing the same old stuff.
And they're still in the early watch is still going.
Really watch Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays now, and then Sean usually do Good Morning Gun Channels on the other days, Tuesday and Thursday. So yeah, still a show every morning.
Cool. That's good.
Pomade says this 26 is never a bad idea.
Yeah, I was thinking the 26 or the 42. It's the 43 or 42. Which one's the really small single stack?
Both of them. Just which caliber you want.
Oh, no, I think I was looking at the 9mm. That seemed all right, but it's weird. The grip is so small on it that it's just kind of odd.
Couldn't buy those in California?
I guess we could have, but well, no, I guess not. No, we probably couldn't have because it doesn't have an external safety because it's a new gun, so it didn't go through the California drop test or whatever the hell that is. So I don't think we could.
Carry it anyway, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. I couldn't have carried it anyways.
I have some nerve problems, and the 42 is hilariously easy to shoot. It's like a water pistol.
Really? How
Yeah,
many
I've
rounds?
never had. Say it.
Is it the 380?
Yeah, it's the 380.
Yeah. Okay.
And it doesn't make my forearm fall asleep, but that's the most important thing. But what's nice about it is that a lot of pistols I got to practice with them, get really good with them. This right out of the box, I was hitting the target at like 7 yards without even trying.
That's decent.
I was really surprised. Everybody just said, "Oh, it's just a scaled down 26," and it doesn't feel like one.
Yeah.
Only reason I was able to get one in my state is because a gun shop. I live in Mass. The gun shop decided to say screw the laws, and they were selling Glocks until Glock decided to stop shipping to them.
No kidding.
Yeah.
They said they didn't care. They're like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, the reason they couldn't sell Glocks in this state was because it doesn't have a magazine disconnect or a loaded chamber indicator, and maybe some other reasons there too. But those are the two main ones. So. But the thing is, if you can say that the extractor is a loaded chamber indicator.
Because if you actually look at the extractor, it's actually, there's some that are on Gen 2s, they're completely flat, but on Gen 3s, the extractor has a bump on it. We did a comparison one day, and they actually have a bump on it. That's actually an indicator.
Yeah, just most gun shops are afraid of the Attorney General, so they wouldn't do it. But this guy was, and then when I traded him in 1911 for the 42, and he told me this was the last 42 that they'd see. He said Glock decided to stop shipping because they thought it was in their best interest.
Wow.
But overall, I really like it.
I have to see about that. I don't know. 380 though. It's just kind of, I don't know. 9mm even, it seems kind of small to me, but 380 seems really small. But I mean, I guess.
I have nerve issues.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that completely makes sense for you.
I used to have a 4.42, but I could fire about three bullets out of it. Smith and Wesson Airweight. I could
Oh.
fire about 3 bullets, and then I couldn't feel my fingers anymore.
See what time is it?
Go around with your own pool stick then, playing pool.
No, I don't have my own yet. I used to. It got broke a long time ago. So no, I'm just playing with whatever they have.
Once I get rid of the NFA, we can all get shotgun pool cues.
That would be awesome, dude. That's what I want. Somebody needs to make this, and I'm sure they have, but a completely gun pool cue, like not gun, but like themed pool cue. You know what I mean? With like a 50 caliber, on the cartridge, butt on the the rim on the back of the cue and stuff like that. Just that would be awesome. All right, are we playing pool or are we fucking around? What's going on? Goddamn. It's funny, the trains here are so long. Here, I'll switch the camera. The trains here are so long that they're literally, cars just shut their car off and just sit there at the light and wait. There's a car, this train has been going by for like 5 minutes now.
I've had a couple like that before in the middle of the Midwest. I think in Arkansas or Tulsa or something, we hit one. Yeah, and everybody just like stops and camps out, like the people that live. I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna be here for 2 hours. Just turn off the cars and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like me and my wife, Saturday morning, we went like yard sailing, looking through yard sales and stuff. And we had to keep going back and on one side of the tracks and on the other side. And every time we go, another train would come. It was like every 10 minutes. It was driving me nuts.
I got one in Tucson. There's only one train track. Well, there's a couple train tracks, but it's like a Y through the middle of town. But there's this one that if I don't think about it and I'll drive over there, like you have to go through the train thing, so you have to stop for it. Most of the time you're driving up over it, but yeah, just the right time. Like the one goes by one way, and then just as it's ending, the other one goes by the other way. Everybody that lives around there knows about it.
Right.
Like 3 times a day.
I got a set of tracks like that near my house.
Fucking hate that. And I rarely go over there, so I always never think of stop by it.
I think so.
Because there were still quarters up, and then they wandered off, and I was waiting for my turn, but they never came back.
They're outside.
All right, well, let's wait then. All right, thanks.
You know what? I can shut the fuck out, Cal. 3,000 is the third fuel week, and you know what? I got a truck papers, and I can't keep up. But if I take in 4 pockets, she said, "Yeah, make a lot of money." Well, you have a profit. A year, $500 a month. My truck insurance.
$6,000 a year for truck insurance.
It costs $6,000 a year to insure them. And I, you know, the funny thing about it is if you got commercial rated insurance.
They have all kinds of money, just don't insure it.
If he's paying that kind of money, I bet he's got a bunch of DWIs.
Somebody fixing a gun or something.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Not me.
I'm playing with the trigger on one of my lowers. That's probably what you're hearing. I put those JP Enterprise light and springs in it. We'll see if it hits primers hard enough. Doesn't feel like it hits that hard.
I just sold a guy a Bodyguard 380, and he called me up a day later. He was like, "Hey, I went to the range. This gun doesn't work at all." I said, "What are you talking about, man?" He's like, "I think you screwed it up because I put a different trigger in it and some different springs." And I was asking, "What type of ammo did you shoot?" Steel cased. So I had to tell him that the Bodyguard 380s are notorious for light strikes, just as they come, and to not use steel cased ammo. I got a kick out of it.
So, gee, you're saying it used to be busier than this at nighttime?
Well, it's hard to say. I've been here for 4 years, so there's been busy ass times and then dead spots for sure. But yeah, for maybe the last, I don't know, good chunk of months, there's been a pretty big night crew. It's one of them things. Once people figure out that it's jumping, then more people show up, and then people say, "Oh, I'm going to jump in and join."
Yeah.
I don't get home from work till between 1 and 3 in the morning, so that's when I get on here.
Luckily, I don't. I mean, I am on disability, so I don't. I can stay up as long as I want. Was it 2:15?
Yeah.
Out here,
it's
it's
2:15 here. Go ahead, G-Web. Sorry.
I just said out here it's 11:15.
Yeah, the only reason I'm up this late is I'm trying to get a lab report out.
Where's Bob? I ain't seen him for a couple of days.
He's down here in Tucson right now. I think he just has shitty internet over there, or else he's chatting with his women.
Oh, okay.
None that he keeps track of on the internet. Visits. He makes good use of those, like, dating sites, I guess you call them.
That's pretty
Travel
cool.
the whole country, and
If it works for him, why not?
yeah. But you would think he'd be doing his kicking right now because it's nice out during the fucking days when I like to nap. Fucking 99 degrees and shit. He's about 13 miles away at a mobile home park. Or an RV park, I guess.
I like having him on the Daily Gun Show because he's kind of like he likes to whore the show, and it's annoying. I think it's a good parallel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
wish you could have them on limited phones so you'd not have to worry about bandwidth or whatever.
The other day on Never Enough Ammo, he was hilarious. He couldn't stop laughing.
Oh yeah, it was almost disturbing. Yeah, but I like him. I like him on the Daily
There's no
Gun Show.
audio, no visual, no nothing.
Settings?
We can hear you now.
We can hear you, Flaff.
Play test sound?
Well,
Well, the camera's probably not plugged in.
My wife.
yeah, but I can't hear anything.
You can't hear us, we can hear you.
It works on YouTube, but
What does that do? Okay, do microphone afterglow, and that one. Headset afterglow wireless gaming, and play test sound. Oh, there you go.
Not working? I hear you.
Call technical support.
That'll work. Trains. You guys hear the train?
Yeah, we can hear it.
I hear it louder than
there
you.
we go. Now I can hear you guys.
Yeah, we could hear you the whole time.
Every day.
Oh,
No, I'm just.
wife to the work rescue.
I haven't been in friends in a while, so this is like the first time I've been in, and they're like, yeah, exactly.
So who's playing near the train tracks?
That's no problem.
No need to be sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, the train just goes by like all freaking time.
When are you going to be driving down, Flaff?
Oh, I'll be heading down Wednesday, May 3rd.
I think you might actually be able to meet up with Bob because he's sounding like he might stick around until then.
Oh, right on.
Are you going down anywhere near Albuquerque and Phoenix and that? Or Flagstaff, I guess?
Albuquerque, that's
Or are you going down
Mexico,
Utah?
isn't it? Let
Down
me
Utah
see
or
here.
Colorado?
I'm probably going to go down through the Colorado way.
Yeah, then I bet you can meet up with him. I think he's going to go up the Colorado way.
Yeah, let's see here. Where's my maps? Because I haven't come up with a 100% plan on what direction I'm taking yet. I'm most likely going to head down through Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Or go down through North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
I haven't quite made up my mind. They're both the same distance.
Probably see more interesting scenery the Colorado way. The other way's going to be all flatlands.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do my cannonball run down through Montana, New Mexico way, and then take my time going back up the same way. The hell? Oh. Yeah.
I texted Bob, but he didn't reply, so he's probably sleeping.
Maybe that rattlesnake got him.
Yeah, he almost stepped on a rattlesnake, he said, so maybe that got him all flustered today.
Yeah, that's. That would probably do it. I gotta head to Dallas and pick up my new front bumper, but I don't know if I'm gonna pick it up on my way back or on my way in. If I pick it up on my way in, then I might have to install it somewhere, and I don't know anywhere to install it.
So I was gonna say, you gonna drive around with it or fucking put it in right away? Do you have no bumper on there now?
Well, I got a bumper right now. It's just bent to hell.
But that's just like 4 bolts, right? You do that in a parking lot.
Yeah, but the bumper weighs like 200 some pounds. I'm putting a road armor bumper on. I'll need a jack and an impact hammer.
For a while there, they had these things like, storage buildings where you put like storage stuff. So they would have things like that, but they'd have different shops in them. And then you could come up and rent them for like hours or days. You should have
Because if I install it down there, then I don't have to worry about paying duty. But the duty's only like 60 some bucks. So I think I might just.
Well, plus you can run around with it in the back of your truck and you rip it off.
Well, I might pick it up on my way back to Canada and then. I'm gonna install when I come back, but.
Oh yeah, speaking of Canada, did Bob go back to Canuckstein? Or is he still fucking around down here?
He's on right now. Where the hell is Kansas? What part of Kansas are you in? Nightcrawler, what part of Kansas are you in? Can you hear us? What part of Kansas are you in?
Right now, well, I'm in Emporia, so I guess that would be the closest major city would be Topeka. Topeka is like the capital, so I'm like 30 miles from Topeka, 40 miles?
I don't have a car.
Yeah, about 45 miles, something like that.
All right. So he probably wouldn't come all the way over there because he's going to go up through Colorado. I was thinking if you were on the west end or something, he might zip over there.
Yeah.
It's harder to keep up. I already know. So that's not my business.
How far is it to Tulsa from where you're at?
That's not my business.
Tulsa?
Yeah.
I think I went through, I think I went through Tulsa when I was on my way up here. I'm probably like
3 hours, it says.
something like that, That sounds about right. Yeah, I think my son had a thing in Tulsa for school. So, yeah, because he's in the concert.
In October, we're all planning on going to the Tulsa Gun Show.
That's already coming up. I thought that was. I remember when the last one happened.
In Tulsa.
So what is there, one every year, or is that like another? When?
Twice a year. Twice a year.
Oh, twice a year. See, I remember the last one you guys were ready for.
Yeah, I know about it. I know about it.
You got a bar there, Nightcrawler?
Yeah. How can you tell?
Because it sounds like you got some rowdy Canadians next to you. Plastic cups. What the hell?
Well, it's because I'm drinking a Coke. That's why.
Oh.
I used to do the bottle as a stand for the camera.
I don't think we have to worry about Coca-Cola sponsoring us.
There you go.
Well, you know, I mean, we're email. And if they can make this shit, let them make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so 9 more days. I can't wait.
But the next bagger. Ah! Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
But I don't want to wait.
You ain't even got your game of pool in yet.
Oh.
Nice size bar. It's in that little room to the left over there.
Oh, let's see. That's I think that's
Both rooms look like they're empty. Yeah, look at how big that TV is. It's as big as a pool table. Or is that just a screen and they project onto it?
There's a projector on the ceiling.
Yeah, okay. You should just have them project the lobby up there. They have 10 different bars connect, and then as many people as at the bar could get in here yelling drunk shit about guns. Like hundreds of conversations happening all at once.
Don't let them know there's a Canadian in. So I take you're making some new card decks there, G?
Yeah, going with Old West guns this time.
Right on.
I got most of the stuff, but now like trying to find the weight of a Smith & Wesson Model 1, you know, that's stuff that if it ain't listed somewhere easy, you know, how long do I dig around looking for it? I think at this point I'm quitting to look.
That would be cool. I like that idea. I mean, I was into the AKs, but I never I don't know. That would be cool. You'd be like Old West guns. Is it like old guns or just Old West guns?
Since there's only, 52 potentially, I figured Old West would narrow it down. And so I got like one suit is rifles, one suit is revolvers, one suit is shotguns and 22s, and then one suit is like Derringers and pocket guns and the weird stuff. So it's all from like Civil War to the end of the Indian Wars, or the turn of the century, basically. But one of the things I want to include is like how much they cost back then. I think that's neat, but it's becoming impossible. I can find out how much they're worth today, but like what it costs to buy, like, I don't know, some of these like 1873 shotguns back in 1873. Was it $5? Was it $15? $6?
I think a bunch of them would be a lot cheaper than that, but
Well, I saw that one of them, I think a fucking, let's see. The Colt revolving rifle, right? That carbine, which they didn't make very many of them. They weren't real popular, but that was during the Civil War, I think, or right before. Anyway, $44 is what it cost originally. That was in 1855. So if a rifle like that costs $44, maybe a simpler rifle would cost like $30. I don't know. Anyway, I think that'd be neat to have on there. I'm trying to find that kind of stuff.
yeah, that would be.
And I'm going to do it like the AK ones with the bullets. So I'm going to try to put the bullets over here in like the actual size. So then not only the actual size, but then when you look at different cards, you can kind of get an idea of like how big the bullets were between the different guns. I wanted to do the guns the right size, but then stuff like this one, the gun would be fucking, like this big on the fucking card if I got it so that rifles would fit on there. So I don't think that's the way to go. But with the AKs, they're all like scaled to each other. So like if you hold up two of the AK cards next to each other, those guns are in scale. That's how big they are in relation to each other. It's just, I don't think I can do that with pistols and rifles. It's too small. But that's design. I'm still trying to figure out what data is and then put the data on the card. Then I'll figure out the design.
You taking pre-orders for those cards?
No, not yet. Whenever I get them, I'm probably going to put it on like on the Kickstarter or whatever. Because it'll be, I can definitely make them, but it'll be a question mark as to whether I can get enough people interested to make them in the USA. Because that would be the ultimate goal, of course. Because if I can get them made in the USA, I can get enough quantity. Because that's the main thing, is getting a shit ton of quantity. Because I'm thinking I can try to sell these to like gift stores and what do you call, like when you stop on the side of the road and they got like t-shirts and crap. Like out here in the West, people might buy those at tourist traps. I haven't seen anything like it before. I've been kind of keeping an eye out.
Does Gun Channels have a web Facebook page?
Technically, yes, but nobody uses it. I think it's set up so that if you want to join Gun Channels with your Facebook login, you can do all that. But I don't know how many people actually do it. I don't really pay attention.
I was saying, I mean, that could be another way to get people over here.
It could be, and that's something I should probably pay more attention to, because it kind of goes in waves with over there. As people use it and then they hate it because they do something against one of their channels or whatever. So I think people come and go there quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about it earlier. Like the big channels, like Hickok posts at least once a day over there
On the Facebook?
Yeah. then his son posts quite a lot, but he goes under John Hickok.
Uh-huh.
Even posts over there. She does the what's her name, Julie Golub. Is that how you pronounce her last name? She does a video over there every Wednesday. She puts out a live video for about 20 minutes.
Now you got people playing pool again. You just go over there and play pool by yourself, or you play against somebody who's in line or whatever?
Yeah, I could have played, but I would have been played against somebody, but these two came in and played.
I couldn't hear you.
That one walking out the doors had one too many.
Yeah, just a couple. She was the one being loud. Oh, no. Have a good one.
We get something done for it.
Hey, did you hear that Heavy is moving to Arizona?
Heavy's moving to Arizona? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Really? Right
Here,
on.
We had a secret meeting with Jimmy last week, and then he got a job out here, wherever he works at, like at the location out here. So he's moving in June or something.
Oh, good.
That's awesome.
Couldn't stand the communism anymore.
I think he was waiting for school to end or something. He must have gotten to that point.
Yeah. I believe that's what he was talking about before, was he just wanted to wait for schooling to get done before he thought about moving.
Right.
Good to hear. Because doesn't he have family in Arizona?
I don't think so. I don't know though. He might.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Matt's moving out of Texas.
Who's moving out of Texas?
Matt. Never enough ammo.
Oh, he says he is. I'll believe that when I see it.
I don't know why you'd want to move out of the prettiest state ever, but okay.
Well, he lives in a weird spot of it for sure. But yeah, I think he's probably got it pretty good overall. But I don't know, because neighborhoods change and shit changes around you sometimes. So even if it was perfect and it could turn shitty.
Could be that it's too damn hot down there.
Yeah, but he's lived there for a while.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd go to like Wyoming or Montana if I had work out there.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. How the hell are you going to work in the middle of Idaho or whatever?
oil field.
Yeah, that's where Matt's going.
I mean, property's cheap out there.
Here's a question: what's the sell? You guys know what the sales tax is in Texas?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't wait. 9 more days, and I can get out of the snow. I'm just happy.
It's like it's 6.2% on all retail leases and rentals.
Gee, 30 degrees in Texas right now.
But
No.
food isn't taxable. So you'll pay sales tax on stuff, but not on food. I don't know about books. I think here, isn't books tax free? I thought books didn't have tax on them.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just happy I'm getting out of the snowy north. It's been snowing for like 3 weeks straight now, and it is ridiculous. It snowed. Oh, it snowed like 2 feet today. I am not happy.
Forget that number too.
I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, come on, it's global warming. It's the Earth is going to shit." It's like it ain't May long yet, people. And just remember, it still snows in June. Shit. You look like Bono.
What? Jesus Christ! Don't say that. Fucking.
You're wearing sunglasses at night.
They're not sunglasses. They're actually shooting glasses, and it's because it's. I gotta wear something on my eyes, or a big fucking bug is gonna hit me.
YouTube now. I wear my shooting glasses at night.
There's a reason for it. It's not like I'm just cool or a dork or whatever. There's reasons. Alright, gloves on.
You don't need a windshield on a bike if you just pop a wheelie all the time.
That's good. Actually, it was funny. On the way here, there's those railroad tracks that I was crossing, and there was a, what was it, a three-wheeled trike in front of me, and he was just going slow as hell, so I did kind of like a wheelie over the railroad tracks because he was slowing down, and I just passed him like he was all pissed off.
What happened to pool?
I can't. I don't know if I can hear.
What? No helmet law? What the hell's up with that?
It got up to like 50 degrees here today. If I had shorts, I would have worn them.
Yeah, let's see here. Go back to Clyde. Oh, look at that. It's like 30 degrees right now. Fahrenheit.
Homemade is saying that could be the biggest gun channel cyber meetup. What could? What was he talking about? What were we talking about?
About people moving to Arizona and stuff like that. Oh, look at that. Yeah. So it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and it feels like 23 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
I got 41.
Still warmer than me. And I bet you it's not snowing where you're at.
No, if I get any snow around now, I'd be pissed. I put the shovel away. I put the snowblower away. Done with that.
Well, at least where you live, if it does happen to snow right now, it's probably going to be gone in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
We're at 44 down here.
Yeah. You guys can all suck it.
I'd be screwed if it snowed because I broke my ice scraper after the last storm on my car.
I love when it snows in Georgia. Like they get an inch of snow or two, and they shut the whole state down.
Yeah, I lived in Georgia and Atlanta for 5 years. That used to make me laugh when it snowed.
I love it. I see it on like TV every time it happens, and it's just like there's like an inch of snow on the ground, and there's just freeways not moving, and everybody's just like camping out on the side of the road. It's like, really?
Yeah, because like looking at the weather right now, it's saying that the day I leave, it's supposed to be 54 degrees on the high and 36 on the low. The day I leave.
Oh, of course.
And I think this time last year it was probably somewhere in the 80s, I think.
So, gee, what's the rent like down in Arizona?
What's the what like?
Like rent?
Well, I don't know. I haven't rented anything in a long time. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's very expensive.
Yeah, because I was moving, I would figure what to do, you know. Being on a fixed income, it's the same whether I live here or down there.
Yeah, I think a lot of people retire down here eventually, so it must not be too bad. Because there's not a lot of work, that's the thing. Or at least there's only a amount of work for a small town.
Oh, it's funny. Like I'm on a bunch of pipeline Facebook channels, and like the amount of work that's coming up is just ridiculous. Like our equipment manager, he has first dibs on pipeline equipment. And the Caterpillar PL87s, they go for $1.8 million brand new. But since the company I worked for, they get first dibs on used equipment. They got there's two PL87s for sale for $780,000, and he's like, if the company doesn't buy them, I'll buy them and sell them to the States for $1 million. It's like, let me know. I'll get a loan from the bank like ASAP. I wouldn't mind making a $2 million profit or $200,000 profit.
Yeah, times a couple.
But the odds the bank would give me a $1 million loan, slim.
I don't know. I think if you've got a buyer lined up, then you've got a better chance than just like, a theory.
Yeah, because right now there's one company in, I want to say Oklahoma, New Mexico, that they're wanting to buy 50 large side booms. And they can't get permission until all the Canadian guys back out to bid on the equipment.
I gotta take off. I'll see y'all later.
Catch you later, dude.
Good night.
Later. I gotta do it myself. I'm calling it at night. Catch you guys later.
All right. They take off right when we start talking about the good money.
Business opportunities.
Oh shit! Look, Matt probably was home already. He must not have been too far away.
What happened?
You must not have been too far away from where you were at.
No, I wasn't.
What? Know that.
What happened?
You know how I got that one little crazy Derringer, 2 barrels and it twists? There's like a barrel on top and a barrel on bottom, and then the middle looks like a third barrel, but it's really just the pivot, and then you just twist the one chamber up.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
That thing's made off of a little gun from 1866, kind of between when they were all coming up with those first designs for guns, and it was just a way to get 2 barrels. It was somebody's design to get 2 barrels together like that. Anyway, the original ones from back in the 1866, they had one 22 rimfire and one 32 rimfire, like 2 different barrels. And it says it was very rare to get them with 2 22s. Like most of the time they had 2 different calibers. I never even thought about that.
Oh, all right.
I don't know why the hell you would care. I guess that way you could carry around one for scaring off a little dog or a little something, and then one for shooting somebody.
Right.
That's weird.
Oh, that is kind of cool. Where the hell's my charger?
Well, what was the acceptable self-defense round back then?
I think it was anything.
Dude, whatever I was doing over here, which one is it? The diamonds? Hearts? Oh, yeah. I think it was the first double action revolvers, or the Lightnings and Thunders from Colt. Let's see. There's a shitty picture of it, but that gun there, the first double action things were 38 Colt, and somewhere in there I think it said 38 Colt was basically a 380. And then same thing with this pocket Remington. Pocket. Somewhere in here, there's the pocket black powder gun. This one, pocket revolver. That 31 caliber is like a 380. So big ass freaking single action revolver that you have to load each cylinder, and you're only getting 380 out of it. So that's the 31 caliber. And then it looks like they started with 22 caliber, of course. Or no, with black powder they were up at like 28 and 44 right away. Then they came back down out of 44 because those guns were so big, and they went down to 36, and that's the ones that they made a shitload of. 270,000, $250,000, 36 caliber. They only made something like 20-something thousand in 44s. They made 200,000. Oh, they made 200,000 of this one in 44. So it looks like 44 was the round, and here's another 122 and 44. Looks like 44 was the most popular, and then 30. 31, 36. And I only picked 12 guns. There's probably dozens and dozens that I'm not looking at right now.
Should look at some 25s and some 32s.
No, I haven't seen any 25s, but I haven't, like I said, I'm just looking through this book that's the size of a fucking phone book or something. So just picking out 12 or 13 or whatever individual ones out of here. I might be missing a bunch.
Oh, the next deck of cards you make, you should make like a band in Canada.
What, in Canada?
You should make the next deck of cards like the cool guns are banned in Canada.
Oh, I see. Well, one of the things I want to do is incorporate who used these guns. That's another reason I picked some of these, because they were used by people. So I'm thinking if this one is at all popular and it works, then I might do the next deck, like lawmen and cowboys and outlaws and gamblers and prostitutes and shit.
Did you know that well, I'm sure you knew because you live in that area, but the sheriff of the town actually had to give you a sign off on your prostitute license?
Oh yeah, we see prostitute like permits all the time out here, like framed and stuff.
I had no clue until I went to some little where the hell was I coming from? I was coming from somewhere, and I'd stopped off at this little bullshit town, and there was a little antique store, and she actually has reproductions of prostitute license signed by Wyatt Earp. Like, straight up signed by Wyatt Earp. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, I didn't know if they were real or not, but they were really cool.
That's interesting. Hey, talking about the Earps, anybody watch that new TV series on Netflix, Wynonna Earp?
I tried to watch it last night. I tried to watch it. Oh my God, it is so bad.
How far did you get into it?
I got the first episode. Like,
okay, you need to make it past the third episode.
Okay.
Because me, I was the exact same way. Like the first episode was like, what the fuck is this? Second one is like, Third one, I was like, okay, well, it's starting to get better. But then once you got to the fourth one, it actually got a lot better.
Well, it just got me because it's like, okay, she's all jumping around and doing this fucking bullshit, and I was like, and every fight scene was just, oh my God, this is bad. But and then I like the premise. I really like the premise of her, great granddaughter or whatever is, the descendant of Wyatt Earp, and this curse and all that. I like the idea. I was just like, God, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, like especially her younger sister. Like her younger sister is like, this is the worst acting I have ever seen in my life. But it gets a lot better. All
right, then I'll give it a try then, because me and my wife were sitting there watching it, I think Friday night, because we had Friday night, we both had off, and we're sitting there and we're like, oh, let's give this a try and watch this. And we were both like, oh God, this is miserable. We both, I think,
Yeah.
on the couch.
Yeah, no, it gets a lot better. And if it doesn't, you can blame me. I got to like it
Yeah, I'm sure.
because, like, I was a fan of True Blood and Supernatural and all that, and this show here has a lot of the True Blood Supernatural feel to it.
Yeah, I told my wife the same thing. I was like, me and her both like Supernatural, and we used to watch it all the time. And then it was like, I go, that could be very much like Supernatural. You know, they just got to like do something about this fucking bullshit with the way they're doing these fight scenes and stuff. If they could do like a better fight scenes, I'd be all over it. But
Yeah, no, it gets better.
all right, well, it's 2 o'clock.
You just have to make it to the 3rd episode or the 4th episode.
Well,
and then the story actually starts to unfold a little more and a little more. And
well, me and my wife were both kind of like not really paying attention to the 1st episode. So give me a breakdown exactly of, we were kind of paying attention, but not like, oh, this is why. Like, okay, so there's a curse on her family or something, and then there's demons and.
There's a curse of a family, and the eldest person of the family, once they turn 27, they are able to use the pistol. And it's only
the Peacemaker, right?
Yeah, the Peacemaker. Oh. And the Peacemaker only fires with the eldest sibling, or whoever it is the heir at the time. So let's say the father dies, then it goes down to the next in line. Once that person dies, then it goes next one in line.
Okay. Then I might actually start. I might turn that on right now. I just got to kind of decide if I want to do dishes or if I want to watch that. I don't really want to do dishes.
Yeah, no, it gets better. You just need to have the patience to get through the horrible acting of the first 3 episodes.
Right. I guess I'll do dishes. Might as well. No, I'll watch it. I'll watch it after I do the dishes. I just thought about it, and I'm like, my wife's going to be tired when she gets home, and I don't want her to have to do it, so I might as well do it. There you go. Oh, look, that's kind of cool. I can see everything up there. Like a crappy kitchen.
Either of you guys watch Trailer Park Boys?
Oh, yeah.
I actually do. I watched all of them. I've seen them all. I wasn't going to watch it, but damn, that shit is funny as hell.
They came out with a new season right now.
Considering that's filmed in my country.
I know. It's one of the few things, that and Jim Carrey are the few things that came out of your country.
But at the same time, I haven't watched an episode, I think, in like 10 years. Actually, longer than that.
10 years? Oh.
I haven't watched an episode.
How many? Because isn't there like 9 seasons or 10 seasons?
11.
11 now? I think I just watched. Okay, the last one I just watched was they were growing a bunch of weed for Snoop Dogg for some kind of energy drink.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Well, the thing is, like the Trailer Park Boys, they went to filming a couple episodes or a couple, I think like 1 or 2 seasons. Then they got canceled. Then they got brought back. Then they got canceled. Then they got brought back. Then they got canceled. And so I think they've been around for about 15 years.
Like 2003.
I didn't know they were there that long. I just saw them when they were on Netflix. I was like, oh, this is cool. 'Cause I was
Yeah,
bored one day.
I think it's like 2003. If you look at one of the actors, the actress who plays Jim Leahy's daughter, she's like a teenager, and
Wait.
I don't know if she's
Had
like
a daughter? I didn't think.
yeah, Jim Leahy has a daughter in like the second or third season, maybe. And
How'd I miss
that
that?
daughter is she plays the architect in Inception.
Huh.
She's like 20 something.
This season, Jim Leahy thought that he was what's his name's dad.
Yeah.
My roundabout way of doing it. One thing that I didn't realize that was a big deal here is in California, sodas are like everybody drinks soda. Here, everybody drinks sweet tea. It's weird.
The funny thing is, you gotta call it sweet tea,
What do you call it?
iced tea.
Oh, no. Iced tea and sweet tea are different. Look, this is sweet tea. Iced tea is like doesn't have the
Okay.
sweetness.
Like Nest tea is iced tea. Like Eddie, it's iced tea. Now, when we go down to the States, we say we want some iced tea. Guess what we get? Iced tea, which is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, but sweet like 50% sugar.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I know it's totally probably not good for. Wow, how much sugar does this have?
Sugar and glucose and
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to.
Just squeeze gluten in there just cause.
Oh yeah, it says glucose, fruit syrup, fructose corn syrup.
yeah, corn syrup. That's the worst stuff you can consume.
It tastes so good. Do I want to make dishes or do I want to do dishes or do I want to eat something first? I'm just trying to put off doing dishes. I hate doing dishes.
Like doing the dishes?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Usually when I do the dishes, I toss on an episode of Forgotten Weapons.
Ah, there you go. That's a good idea.
I usually turn on the radio.
Normally, if I'm the house by myself, I'll turn on the stereo. Like I'll put Netflix on my little Bluetooth speaker, or not Netflix, but Pandora, and I'll listen to music really loud. But it's like 2:00 in the morning, and my son's asleep, so I can't be being a dick. The hell you think?
I was well brought up. Why weren't you? last few months' work, and I found this one channel called Alex Steele. He's a blacksmith.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, I've really been thinking about starting a little blacksmith, or learn how to blacksmith because of this guy.
What kind of forge? Like coals and flame, or like gas or electric or something?
Well, he does everything with propane and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's pretty clean.
What about have you guys seen that Wrangler sort of video where he was promoting that wood forge?
I haven't watched his videos in years now.
Who?
Wrangler Star, the guy from Oregon.
Oh, Wrangler. Yeah, no, he hasn't done any forging in quite some time. He's just been doing a lot of woodworking lately.
Well, I remember he did something maybe 6 months, I don't know, not 6 months ago. It had to be sooner than that. But he got a forge from somebody. He made his brake drum forge, and then he got one from some company. And it was a little wood, you use wood to start, it's not coal, it's wood. It was, I don't know, it was different. But yeah.
Yeah, no, he hasn't done any forging in 2 years, I think. He's just been mainly doing stuff about his homestead and a lot of woodworking lately, and trying to figure out what's going to happen with his channel with all this stupid moderation bullshit.
Yeah, I remember that video. He's all like, didn't know how he was going to do it. And yeah, I know what you're talking about. Everybody's freaking out about that. Like, I get the whole not making money thing, but I didn't really, it took me years to understand anybody was even making money off of YouTube. And then when I understood, I was like, oh. And then I was like, I don't know. It kind of surprised me. And I was like, oh, no one's going to be around? They're going to shut their channels down? Like, really? I thought that was kind of lame, but okay.
Well, maybe not shut it down, but not be able to post anything new ever.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's certainly no reason to post something. I mean, I wasted a lot of money going, oh, I'll buy this and make a video about it. Like, there's no fucking way I'm buying anything to make a video about it now. I mean, specifically for that, because there's no way to get anything back from it. To like specifically buy something to make a video of. Back in the day, you could say, oh, I'll make that money back eventually.
I didn't really realize that. I was kind of like, I was like naive to the idea. I thought it was a bunch of people just, buying stuff that they liked and stuff they were going to buy anyways. I didn't realize it was people like, oh, I'm buying this specifically for a video and then get rid of it. I didn't know like it was like that.
I don't know if everybody does the same way or whatever, but I'm just saying when there's that, I don't know. It's not that you're getting money, like you're going to buy something for $100 and then make $100 on that video. I mean, I guess there's people that make $100 on a video, or more, I guess. But I think it's more of like, I don't know, imagine if you had $500 a month coming in for fucking around on the internet. Like, okay, I'm going to fuck around on the internet because I'm not going to throw $500 a month away, right? Or even if it's $100 a month, or if it's even 25, it just depends on what you're doing. But if all of a sudden there's no $500, or there's no $100, or there's some of these people, it was more like $11,000 a month. So when you're making 11 grand a month, you're spending some time hustling to make sure you're making shit that people like to watch or whatever. That's a whole different environment. But if we're talking about $100 a month coming in, and all of a sudden there's no $100 a month coming in, it might not be like, oh, that makes or breaks it. But I got 2 hours to spend this weekend. What am I going to do? Like, go hang out with my kid or make that video? If there's no $100 a month coming in, you're probably just going to go hang out with your kid, right?
No, I agree. Believe me, now that I wish, honestly, I would have, if all this stuff didn't happen, I would have considered being more serious about the whole YouTube thing, because I can't stand what I do right now. It's freaking ridiculous. I mean, it's just hard. It's just, I'm not.
I definitely need people to help me out doing what I'm doing.
Like me, I got 23 videos on my channel. my best video so far is, where is it? Me talking about my Jericho, which has 21,000 views. And my second best video is me changing the brakes on my Chevy, which has almost 15,000 views. And I haven't made a penny from any of those.
Yeah, I didn't realize like the whole monetization thing. I don't have like any videos that are worth it. I have one EDC video that was like my old work stuff, and holy crap, like that. I think it just people just watched it just to see me look like an idiot. But I got like, I don't know, I haven't looked in a while, but I had like 90,000 views on it. But I don't like, I didn't do anything with it. I was just like, whatever. And honestly,
Well, it's like
Probably-
fishing, though. You don't go fishing and catch a big fish and then go, oh, I'm a fucking fisherman for a living. Like I can supply. You become a fisherman for a living by going out and fishing every single fucking day. And some days you catch one, some days you catch 10 or whatever. But every fucking day you're out there fishing, bringing it to the restaurant. You know, that's the
Right.
difference. You got, in order to make money on YouTube, you got to be constantly posting stuff up there and accumulating videos that then, after a while, if you got 1,000 videos up there, people are watching them. You know, they're watching maybe 100 of them today, and then of those 100, I don't know, you might make $3 or something, and then tomorrow,
No.
1,000 videos and 700 of them might be watched, and now you make $4. So you don't make money on YouTube by making a video that makes $100, and then next month you make a video that makes $100. You make a shit ton of videos consistently, and then you get 30 cents per video, and then once in a while, after a while, that accumulates to be actual income.
Yeah, but
No,
but at the same time, I make videos when I want. I don't need people to tell me or demand me to make videos.
Oh, do you have any idea how many people I've had demand that I do an updated EDC video? It's just like I sit back and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, who are you to tell me what I have to do? It's like I just don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I'm nobody. I don't even have. I think I have a little over 1,000 subscribers. I think, but that's it. Like, I don't understand how some people are like, you have to do this, you have to do that. You know, I'm like, who the fuck are you?
Oh yeah, no, I've had people comment, if you don't put new videos up, I'm gonna unsubscribe. It's like, okay, unsubscribe.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, if I was actually making money off of this deal, I would probably be more concerned about it. But like, I would probably listen to people if I was actually making money off of this. But then, what the fuck do you want? You hear my dog in the background?
Yeah.
He's just sitting
Oh,
there
look
going,
at that puppy.
what do you want? What do you need?
I almost thought there was a cat in my hallway again about to piss outside my door.
Well, my dog right now is acting quite dead.
You gotta get
That thing right there.
Oh, he is dead. He's quite dead.
Yeah.
Hey, look, you see, I got a glow in the dark freaking or a light on his collar. Thing is awesome.
Yeah.
Go. Oh, hey, 2:00 in the morning. You don't need to be barking. What the fuck is he barking about?
Coyotes.
No, not here. Maybe. I mean, maybe where I used to live, I had coyotes, but not at this place. This is just the middle of the city.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I've had some issues with my dogs roaming a little further than they should be, so I went out and bought myself one of those electric fences. So once this white crap melts, I'm going to install it.
That's actually kind of a problem here that I have with him. It's not. What happened, G?
Nothing. I just came back really loud. I think you got feedback.
Oh. I was saying that we have a weird backyard. Like, we have a neighbor, and backyards here for some reason don't have fences. I don't understand it, but they just don't have fences. So, like, we have a huge backyard if you incorporate my neighbor's property into our yard, but he likes to wander over there and shit. So I have to go over there and clean up his poop all the time. Because our old place was just was basically just a big yard where we kept equipment at, and I could just let him run around and, be cool. But then we did have coyotes. We had coyotes, and I actually had to shoot one because he got into a fight with it, and then it kind of turned into a thing. So, but yeah.
Yeah, we have nothing but coyotes around here because I'm right dead in the middle of 3 ranches.
Uh-huh.
So there's calves and cows year round, and the coyotes just love it.
Oh yeah, it's like the property we had a lot of what am I trying to say? There was a lot of possums and raccoons and that kind of stuff, and the coyotes actually lived on the property somewhere. I don't know where they were because I saw them when they're actually, I have videos on my YouTube channel of me like going up to when they were little puppies and going up and hanging out with them. But then they tried to lure my dog out one day because there was like 5 of them, and one kept coming in by the house and trying to get the dog out, and the dog would chase him, and then he would kind of lure him over to where his brothers and sisters were. And he got a little far one time, and I looked, and the rest of them were coming in on him, so I let one have it, and then the rest of them ran off. But yeah, I tried to keep an eye on him from now on. Because I thought it was like, I thought no big deal, he'll just chase the coyotes and everything. And then I realized they were trying to lure him into a trap. I was like, oh, that ain't good. Come on, house.
Yeah, no, the biggest issue is if you have a non-spayed or neutered dog, they'll use especially if you have a non-neutered male, they'll use the coyotes will use the females to lure the male dogs out.
No kidding. That's the thing. So they'll actually use. I didn't know they went that crazy about it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I knew they would try to lure one out, but I didn't realize that they would try to actually go that far with it.
Yeah, no, they're smart creatures.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here.
Catch you later, dude.
Bye. It was good. It's good being on here.
Don't party too hard.
Party hardy. See ya.
And then there was 4. Oh wait. Yep. 4.
Looking through this book, looking for info for these things, and I found this thing called a clasp knife pistol. It looks kind of like a pocket knife, and then like a Swiss Army knife, like a Barrow, really. It's like a Barrow knife, except that instead of being a blade, one of them is like a chamber, and then you clamp it down, like you put a 22 in there, close it, and then a thing that looks like a blade is the trigger, I guess, and you just squeeze it and it shoots out the end. But and it's made in the late 1860s. But it says that the ATF calls it an antique. It's not a gun, so it's not an NFA.
Oh, really?
You could buy this thing. It's like the size of a pickup or a pocket knife, except that when you squeeze it, a fucking bullet comes out. 22 comes out the end. Problem is that it says they're between $2,000 and $5,000, $2,000 and $5,000.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a lot of money. So, hey, has anything, you guys know are up on this stuff federally, has Trump done anything as far as, you know, some of the stuff that he said with guns? Like, has anything come to fruition? Because I know I just watched a thing about Silencer Co. and the president of Silencer Co. You know, and trying to get the Hearing Protection Act going through and all that. You know, so actually that was a commercial on YouTube, surprisingly enough.
Really?
Yeah, actually it was. That's how I found out about it. It showed the president of Silencer Co. and the bill, the Hearing Protection Act, and all that. It came up on, I don't know, some gun channel's video. Oh, it was them working with the NRA. I think it might have been Hickok's video or something. But it was, you know, so what's gone on? Like, what has he done anything? Because I know he's gotten stopped about trying to repeal or pass the Affordable Care Act, which I need that to happen soon because I've had 4 months with no health insurance. And when I go to do my taxes next year, I'm going to get fucked.
I think he's done little stuff, but nothing like major that anybody's all proud of or anything.
I mean, I know
the only thing I know about Trump is he's trying to go to war with us Canadians over milk and cheese.
Well, you fuckers need to get rid of your milk and cheese theories because they're crazy.
Oh no!
Putting it in a bag. Putting it on.
That's only Ontario. Them guys are fucked. That is the left-wing side of Canada.
Wait. What now? What are you talking about? Bag? What do you mean?
When you buy milk in Canada, it comes in like a paper sack or some shit.
Not in Canada, only in Ontario. It comes in a paper or it comes in a plastic bag.
Okay, well that actually sounds very third world country like, because when you buy like a soda in El Salvador, they give it to you in a bag. So what the hell's up with that?
I don't know. It's part of the whole. Well, I think when they first came out with it was to reduce on garbage and stuff like that. But yet you still have to put the product in this plastic bag that is hard to recycle.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And yet, every American thinks that every Canadian buys their milk from a bag, and that's not true.
Well, even if it wasn't, what business is of it is it with Trump to worry about it?
Well, I think what it is the U.S. can't sell their milk or dairy to Canada because Canada has higher standards for.
I have some insight on that, and I would actually agree because I'm not going to name any names, but there's a certain company that I work for, and one of the things that we have to do is make certain products, and those products that we make for Canada don't get certain things in them that the American products get in them. And it's like, you guys, the stuff is better. Your food is better.
Really?
Well,
yeah.
Well,
that's 100%. I know for a fact because they tell us in the recipes, they go, oh, this is going to be Canadian batch, and then we have to make it according to the Canadian specs. And it's different. It's better.
Like McDonald's, Wendy's, and stuff like that. I can't eat that in the States because the meat is so putrid.
Yeah.
There's just something about meat products in the States that I have a hard time digesting.
Yeah, I've actually, now that I've seen it firsthand, what?
Pink slime.
Pink slime, I think that's a myth.
It's not a myth. I've seen the videos.
Yeah, I've seen videos of UFOs and aliens. Do I believe that? No.
If it's on the video.
Let's not throw aliens and UFOs under the bus.
It's like Chevy Chase and Harry and the Hendersons. Do I believe that as a documentary? No.
Well, what are you talking about? That was a total documentary. I thought that was the experience of that guy in the Bigfoot that he found in the woods. Me and my family watched that as a documentary.
Like, I know it was filmed in Canada, but it's not real.
Oh, wait, it was in Canada? I didn't even realize it was in Canada.
I'm 98% certain that was filmed in BC.
Oh, okay. Well, then, no, it couldn't have been because he showed a hunting rifle. Even though I know Canadians have hunting rifles, but he showed it as they had it at home, and because remember he was going to be a big
Well, it
hunter.
was supposed to be Washington, but he's saying they filmed it in Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be set in Canada.
Okay.
Look at the movie Rambo. That was set in the States, but it was actually filmed in Hope, BC.
Oh, okay.
What? I thought I saw a thing about where that bridge is in Oregon.
Like, it's funny, like watching the first Rambo movie, I'm like, holy shit, I stayed in that hotel. I know that building. I bought Chinese food from that building.
Oh, no shit.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the police station in Rambo is actually a restaurant.
Oh, okay. The one where he goes back and shoots up and...
Yeah. It's actually kind of cool.
That is actually kind of cool, actually.
Before you left California, did you end up going to any of the places there from movies?
No, unfortunately, I never went. Yeah, I remember you went to the Terminator gun store, and
The one from Falling Down.
never went to any of it.
The one from Falling Down, the surplus store that he goes into.
Yeah. No, I've never been to that. I don't know. I just didn't. Not a big deal to me on some of that stuff because it's never like, I don't know. How was your experience with it? Like, I've been to some places that I've seen in movies that are gun movies, but I've never. I don't know. Didn't seem like a big deal.
I don't know. I mean, it's what you make of it. The one time, or when I went to the Terminator one, I went in there and talked to the guys, and they didn't know, but then they appreciated it when I told them. So that was kind of fun. And then the other place, they got like pictures up on the wall. Like they had a couple of movies filmed there, so they're real proud of it. And so they were aware of it already. So it was still kind of cool.
Yeah, you're right. It would be pretty cool. And you know what the suck thing is? California has a lot of that stuff, and it's really awesome. And if you actually really wanted to get crazy about it, you could totally do like, you could really just go nuts with that. I guess you don't realize what you miss until you're gone, and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I could have made that so much better. Like I could have gone to so many cool places and done so many cool things. And
Yeah, no, I think us Canadians were just nonchalant when it comes to big famous things.
yeah, that's kind of how I don't know. I just don't really care that much when it comes to famous things because, like, I guess the most famous person I've ever seen in person was Arnold Schwarzenegger when he came into a place that I was doing security for. He came in this was when he was the governor, and he came in with his entourage and his security and all that crap. And that was pretty. Actually, I was surprised that I was actually allowed to carry a gun, 10 feet from the governor. It was kind of especially with all of his guards and everything. It was kind of cool. It was really neat. But other than that, it was like not a big deal. It was just kind of like, it was funny because it was out of the blue, because I was sitting at my desk and I'm like, do, and I start checking the cameras and I'm like, do, and I said, I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette. So I go out the door, I start light up a cigarette, I'm smoking a cigarette, and all of a sudden the CHP car rolls up and I'm like, oh, what's the deal with that car? Because it was unusual. It was white, but it had vents in the hood. It had like vents, like air vents in the hood, and I was like, what the fuck is that about? Because I'd never seen that before. And then all of a sudden a black SUV pulled up and a couple motorcycle cops and another black SUV, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And then he gets out and I'm like, first his guards get out and then he gets out and I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? I had to get on the radio and be like, somebody's showing up.
Jeez, I can't believe it's only 9 days away.
What's only 9 days away?
For me to invade the U.S.
Oh shit, you're coming to what the hell is it with Canadians in the United States right now?
Well, I got a 1 week training course down there, so that's why I got to head down. I'm not like Bob who can afford a holiday down there for months on end.
I'm seriously, Bob's got the life, man, right now. He better suck it up in his retirement because, man, that is exactly what I want to do right now. I want to
come to Canada for 6 months? No, I don't recommend that.
No. What I'm saying is I want to have a truck, I want to have a trailer, I want to load up my quads and dirt bikes into like a toy hauler and just spend 6 months driving around the country. That would be awesome.
What's Bob doing with his truck there? Is he going through insurance or is he rebuilding it there, G?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because you guys supposedly you had a van chat, and I clicked on it and I listened to about a half an hour of a van chat, and it was supposed to be about Bob's getting a van or what the hell's going on, but then he rambled on about some other bullshit that didn't happen. So what happened? What happened with Bob? Are you dying? What is your problem? He's laying on the couch whining at me. Gee, are you still there?
Yeah. What's up?
What's Bob doing about his truck? Is he going through insurance or is he going to fix it himself?
Oh, I think he said he's going to have insurance fix it and then sell it.
No, good. And then buy himself a real Dodge.
So what happened now? So he was, last thing I remember, he was down here cruising around with you, and so something happened. Did he get into an accident? What happened? Because I tried to catch that chat that you guys had, the van chat that was saying about Bob's van, but he never got to that. I don't know what happened.
I don't know. G-Web knows a little more than me.
He went from Arizona over to Tulsa and then went down to San Antonio and then went to Albuquerque. So as he was getting to Albuquerque, I guess the snow tire that he's been driving around on like blew up. So it literally like blew up on the rim and then exploded his bed of his truck all up, like all the fenders all blown out. It looks all weird. And blew off his tail, blew off his bumper and fucked up his whole bed, really.
Oh,
He was
wow,
driving around with snow tires.
He's been driving all last time. So he drove all the time he came down here last year with studs, not just snow tires, but snow tires with studs on them, with studs in. And then the whole time he was down here, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna change my tires," and he never did. And then he drove around all in Canada with snow studs on. And then he drove down here to Vegas with snow studs on. And then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna drive back and get my stuff." Drove all the way back to Canada, farted around in Canada for weeks, then came all the way back down here on snow studs, and then drove all the way from like Arizona to Tulsa to Texas, and then finally had one of them blow up on him.
Actually, you know what? I'm surprised a cop never pulled him over and
Yeah, he
gave him
sounds
a
like
ticket.
when he drives down the road, it's like because he's got snow studs on his tires.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
because I know like there's some parts in Canada where it's illegal to drive with snow studs year round, let
Yeah.
alone down in the States.
Roads, yeah, like they don't even know what they are down here. That's probably how he's getting away with it.
no, they know. There's places down here that you're not supposed to drive around with studs in. What?
Well, like up here, like
They're all down now,
wow,
so.
in BC, you're not allowed to drive with snow studs. What is it, March 1st to October 1st with snow tires? It's illegal. Let alone down in the States where it's like a nice constant 40 degrees.
Well, I don't know. It gets. I don't know. Even when it was winter here, I made it through the first winter here, and it never got to the point where I was like, "Oh my God, this is insane." And my wife's little Honda Accord did just fine in the snow and the ice and everything. So I was all freaked out about that. I thought that was going to be a big deal, and it wasn't. So I mean, but it does. There's places you can have snow studs and stuff.
Like I could see Montana, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, areas like that, but like everywhere else, yeah, no, that's just ridiculous. Like those tires would have overheated like nothing. Ah, Bob.
Dude, I got dishes to do. What do you want? You want to play? You want to play? Go get a toy. Go get a toy. You wants to play. Come on, go get a toy. Go find one of your toys. Get it. We'll play tug of war. Really? Are you being an idiot? Come on, your toys over there. Go get a toy. Really? I'm trying to show everybody how smart you are and you're being an idiot. Oh wait, he got one. Give me that. Really? You've been whining about this whole time? Trying to do dishes and you're sitting there sniffling. Give me that. Give it. Back off. Get up on the couch. Oh, get up on the couch. There we go. Oh, you're so vicious. You're so vicious. So vicious. Okay, I got dishes to do.
You got a vicious dog, and I got 2 pussy cats.
Nope. You already have the opportunity.
Like, look at this thing.
Wait, I can barely see. Hold on, it's all blurry. Oh, he's laid out.
He's like, what the fuck are you doing, Dad?
I don't give 0 fucks about getting up right now.
Come here. It's too late, Dad. I don't want to move.
Yeah, have you noticed that, like, it's funny, like, my dog, when they want to go to bed, he sleeps with us, so he will start, if we stay up longer than we're supposed to, he'll start whining at us to go to bed. I'm actually kind of surprised about that.
Well, this one of my husky, like the husky will stay in the bedroom. This one will stay close to me. But as soon as I close that bedroom door to be out here, he's like, "Oh, I want inside the bedroom, next to mom." Just a great
Yeah,
big
and
baby.
okay. Do you ever let him lay in the bed with you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. When we let Nubs lay in the bed with us, does he try to snuggle in between you and your wife, or does he just lay on the bed? Shut up.
Oh no,
Or does he just lay?
absolutely not. He never acts like an Oreo.
Oh no, he totally no. This one totally wants.
Like, like it'll be like 8 o'clock in the morning, and you know he wants to go outside, and he'll plop down right in between us and start pushing until me and the wife until either me and the wife falls out, and then okay, time for the dogs to go outside.
Yeah, he doesn't like he. I don't know if it's he likes being warm because he doesn't like being cold, and he definitely has to be under the blanket. He can't be on top of the blanket. He's got to be under the blanket. So he gets in between us, and I think it's because he likes being warm. So he likes her body on one side, and my body on the other side, and he tries to be warm. But he does. He's just oh my god. Sometimes.
No, this one gets claustrophobic and can't be underneath. The other one just overheats.
Oh yeah, the husky will overheat because they like the cold.
Because my other one's a husky, and yeah, you get any heat near her, and she's like, "Yeah, no, I'm out of here."
Yeah.
She pants.
We took him. We used to we take him camping, and we used to do winter camping in California. But we'd go up to the mountains and stuff. It would still be cold. It'd be like 25 degrees and stuff. And when we'd go to bed at night, he'd crawl into the sleeping bag and be by our feet. So like if we zipped our sleeping bags together, there would be a spot, and he would crawl right underneath and try to get into the bottom of the sleeping bag.
No, like he's about a year and a half old, and he'll cuddle up to the husky, and the husky is like, "Fuck off! I'm too damn hot. I can't deal with your heat."
Oh, that's awesome.
And she'll just fuck off somewhere where it's a lot colder, preferably in the basement, and she'll sleep on the concrete floor.
Yeah, I guess my wife's dad had a husky before they got rid of it, and he loved winter. He loved the winter. He'd be in the snow, digging around, doing all kinds of shit. Want to be outside the whole time. But when summer come, he felt like he was dying. Like he wouldn't move. He'd just be like.
Yeah. Like it's funny. Like it'll get to like 40. I'll say it gets to about 40, maybe 45 Celsius up here, and the husky is like fighting any shade she can. Go down to her water well room, hide in there.
Oh yeah, my dog. Yeah, actually, if we leave the window open, we'll find the sunniest spot that's beaming on the floor, and we'll lay in it. What I do? What I gotta do? Just gotta clean that, and then I'm done.
Come here, tadpole. Come here. Come here.
I hear the tail going.
Yeah. Yeah, we named him Tank, but his real name should be Tadpole.
Nope. Yeah, what do you think you're doing? Now, out. That's grease. You're not licking the grease off the foot. Dog loves bacon grease. Okay. Fucking disgusting, but whatever. So, what do you guys think about the whole NRA sponsoring the Hickok channel, Hickok 45? Is that a good thing, do you think, or a bad thing? I mean, I think it's a good thing, but
Well, I haven't heard about it yet, but at the same time, look at how good it did with Colin Orr.
yeah, but see the difference with, I don't know.
I think the NRA adopted Colin Orr just because he was a black guy.
And he was a successful black guy. I think that's what it was. They were really trying to reach out to minorities, but the problem is the minorities that they're trying to reach out to are not Colin Noir kind of minorities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe they were. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
But at the same time, the Colin Orr type black guys, or the not Colin Orr black guys, they could look up to him.
That's true.
Or what about what's his nuts from 20-pound sludge? Slud.
What?
I can't remember. I used to watch his videos all the time. He was on that weird news organization.
I have no idea.
Zone Nation. That guy.
What was his deal?
Well, he was another black guy, but he was how would most of them call him? An Uncle Tom, I guess you'd call him.
Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying.
But yeah, no, he was a really smart guy.
But he didn't appeal to the I don't know, how did it work out?
Really good. He actually quit the news organization to fulfill his music career.
All right. I don't know. This probably ain't good for this person on here. Come on, Bill.
That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, he was part of the JP Media.
Okay.
If you have a chance, like this guy here, like I can find it again here.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm on my cell phone, so.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I shall do it this way then. Cause go there, go to chats. What's your chat name through gun channels?
Night Prowler, Night Prowler 19, CH19, I think, or Night Prowler. I think it's just Night Prowler. I don't even know what the hell it is. I think it is. I think that's what it is.
Moon Pants. Yesterday, DB, Pink, G-Webs, and Jimmy James. Yeah, no, this Zone Nation guy, got a lot of respect for him.
All right, dishes are done now.
One of those chores everyone hates, but needs to be done.
Yeah. I've been trying to get my son to do stuff that I don't want to do, like I'm too lazy to do. Like I tried to get him I tried to get him to mow the lawn, and I'm trying to get him to do the dishes on a regular basis so I don't have to do them. But it doesn't seem to work. I just can't force myself to make him do stuff that I don't want to do, so I feel bad.
Actually, it's kind of fun. Like my buddy, he's going through an adoption process right now, so he's sponsoring the child that he wants to adopt,
Right.
and the child has like super smart, but just doesn't quite understand some things. My buddy's like trying to explain to him why we need to rake the lawn before we cut it for the first time and stuff like that. And my buddy, he has a hard time explaining it. So this weekend there, because you can't cut the grass before it starts to grow, or else it kills the grass. So they're like, yeah, no, you need to rake up all the dead grass. And the kid's like, well, I don't understand why. I'm like, here, I'll show you. You need to. I'm like, you see this spot here where it looks all dead? You need to rake it up. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, I don't understand why you need to rake the grass that's dead in order to make it healthy. I'm like, well, here. So I rake and I'm just raking. It's like, well, you need to dethatch the grass in order to make the grass grow healthy. Well, what does that mean? I'm like, well, the dead grass that you cut the year before has fell in between the grass seed and stuff like that. So you need to rake it up so the grass can breathe. It's like, well, just doesn't make any sense. So I stand there and I just rake for a couple seconds, and it's like, oh, you see, all the dead grass is now green. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. So about an hour's worth of raking for him. He's like, oh, wow, that's actually kind of cool. All the dead grass is all nice and green now. He's like, that is the coolest thing ever.
Huh. I didn't know that either. Honestly, like I'm not used to doing like yard work and stuff. All I do is like every 2 weeks, because if we don't do our grass, then we can get a ticket by the city, or what it is the fire department will come out and do our grass, and then they will charge us an excruciating amount of money.
Yeah, like up here, I think it's the same thing. If your grass gets more than 4 inches thick, I think that's when they require. That's the minimum for, or the maximum height that the county will allow. But I live out in the country, so I don't have to worry about that. But like all my city folk friend, like as soon as the grass gets like 4 inches, they're required by bylaw to cut it down to 3/4 of an inch or something. But if
I mean, I get the idea behind it, but then on the other hand, it's awful. It's like I don't like wasting my fucking day off. Sometimes I don't even get like 2 days off, but when I do, I don't want to be sitting there. Not to mention, every goddamn time I freaking mow my grass, they only give us 2 trash cans. That they give us a recycling and a trash can. So that's full now. I just did the lawn today. The trash got taken out Friday. So now I don't even have room for trash. So what the hell
do you guys have a garden?
No.
No? Okay. But you guys have community, yeah, I guess it would be like a community garden or a community compost.
Shit, I don't know. I have to actually look into that, because if I can go dump it over there, that would make my life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, because like right now, like the city of Edmonton, they're trying to tell everyone, please don't bag your grass clippings. Just let it sit on your yard naturally, or send it to the compost location.
Yeah, that would be cool if I could find a place that had compost then, because like I said, I filled up the whole damn trash can in one day. I didn't even have trash in it. I filled up the whole trash can in one day, just doing the front yard, the back yard, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
like even like there's usually companies in every city, like every major city, that'll accept compost for free.
well, then I'm definitely going to look into that, because and we even have a florist across the street, so maybe I can go over there and ask them or talk to them or something, because I don't know. This is like a whole new thing for me. I don't really know anything about grass, or matter of fact, I had to borrow a lawnmower.
Yeah, no, like me, I got 10.5 acres and I only maintain 4. And it takes me the better part of 3 hours to cut the 4 acres I got with a ride-on lawnmower.
But you have one of those 0-turn riding lawnmower things, don't you? Probably.
No, I got a John Deere D140.
Well, is that like one of those riding mowers?
Oh, it's a ride-on, but it's not a 0-turning one.
Yeah, so that's pretty good, because that's not a very big lawnmower, and you're still cutting, you're cutting a crap load of freaking grass. It took me an hour, and all I had to do was the front yard and the backyard.
Oh, when I was a kid, all my parents had was the old push style mower. And I only had, I think that was what, half an acre? With that type of mower?
Yeah. Like we have
This thing's starting to fucking die on me. There we go. There. Yes, I see you.
I'm just trying to see here. One. But what was I trying to say? Yeah, we had one of the push mowers, one wheels and blades, and yeah, you pushed it when I was younger.
What, hair barber style mowers? My parents would bust that out for punishment.
Yeah, no, I don't know. We had one, and I always was I didn't want to do one back then either. So, you know, I never really had a lawn before that I had to worry about. I mean, even the houses I rented didn't really have lawns. So at least if they did, we usually paid gardeners.
Well, up here, if you rent, your landlord's in charge of mowing the grass.
Oh, well, I wish that would happen here because we rent. And it'd be nice if he came and did it, but he doesn't. So, but it's not a big deal. I mean, I actually don't mind doing it. I just don't like that it takes up my whole classroom. That and I need a garage. I can't believe we rented a house and it doesn't have a garage. It's a total pain in the ass not having a garage. Alright, I'll be back. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, same.
Just trying to get my lunch bag ready. I gotta go tomorrow, today. I work at night, so it's like I always forget what day it is. I'm like, oh yeah, it's today. I gotta go to work.
Yeah, I got laid off on Friday, so I don't have to work for a while.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Why does everyone ask me that?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes some people don't mind having some extra time because they prefer it, but then other people are like, well, no, I really need the money, so I will.
Well, like I'm a pipeliner, so it's hit or miss for my work. So usually when I get laid off, it's a happy thing because I've worked months on end. I've been working since June 15th of last year, nonstop.
Right.
So I finally got laid off on Friday, so it's like, oh, I got some time off. I'm happy. Because from June 15th of last year till now, I've been averaging 4 days off a week or 4 days off a month.
Oh, fuck, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And I thought my schedule.
6 days a week, 12 plus hours a day.
Damn. You're a man, because like I'm doing 5 days a week, 12 hours a day, but I don't know, it's just sometimes these days are just like, fuck me, I just want to not be there.
But at the same time, with my job, I get to travel a lot. Let's see here. I started out last year at a 100-mile house in BC. Went to Lamont, Alberta for a couple months, and then to Conklin, Alberta for 2 months, and then back to Lamont for a couple months, and then back up to Conklin. Yeah, I travel all over the place. My buddies calls me a transient.
Yeah, that's all right though.
One good thing about being a pipeliner, you see the countryside. And then with this course I'm taking in Texas, that'll open up a whole lot of job opportunities for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but is that a good thing? Because then you're gonna be freaking working even more.
I'll be working more, but then I'll be able to pick and choose my jobs a little better.
Yeah, that's good.
Because I'll be a foreman then, so then I can say, yeah, I want to work only for 6 months a year, and with that, then I could up my pay rate a bit. Because what was I making before? I was making $44 an hour, so this year will put me up to about $1,000 a day.
Oh, that's decent.
Yeah, there's one guy I was talking to last year about this course, and he had a different aspect of this course, and his was silk screening pop bottles for a beer company, I think, down in Louisiana or something. Just haven't seen that guy in a while on here. Can't remember his name. Good guy.
Are you hungry? You want food? Too early for food. You still got 3 hours until you eat.
It's a dog. It always wants food.
Yeah, but we were underfeeding him for a while. Like not underfeeding him, but not. And he was staying nice and lean, but he was like, what was I saying? He was constantly. He was always hungry because we were trying to cut back because he was getting fat. And now we've gotten to the point where we're feeding him and more, and he leaves food in his bowl now. He doesn't eat it all. So I'm trying to figure out. He's like right now he's still got food in his bowl. So I'm trying to figure out what he wants because he's sitting there whining at me. See, you can hear him. He's just sitting there whining at me, giving me the eyes. So I'm trying to understand what he wants to do.
Yeah, he probably wants to play.
That's probably what it is. What? You need to go outside? Again? No, you need to go outside. And then my wife taught him how to what he does is if his answer is yes on something, he bows. Like he does this weird bow thing where to stretch his legs out and then arch his back and then put his thing. I don't know. That's like yes. So he does that one. All right, but don't go pooping on neighbor's road. Get on our side. All right, go. Actually, let's get my headlamp. This is barking at me. Goofy bastard, but you know.
Oh yeah.
This bad. What's up, boy? So, be on. Come on, go to bed. Swear to God, my dog is so spoiled.
Worse than children.
Come on, hurry up. Half the time, I think he just wants to come out here and smell the grass. I don't even think it's that he needs to go to the bathroom. Are you done? You didn't even go to the bathroom. You just smelling the grass. Really? In now. Come on. Wait. All right. Are you good now? You good? Thanks. What do you want? Dude, what do you want? Go lay down. There. That's what crap you do, dog. I'm hungry and I love it. Not all. Not much. Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just fucking making something. I've never had. Have you seen these before? These the hell are they? Doritos loaded jalapeno and cheese. They're like, I don't know, some kind of frozen food thing.
Nope, never seen them before.
I'm about to find out if they're good or not.
Make sure you preheat your oven.
Yeah, no, it's told me 450. That's what I'm doing. Takes forever. Oh. What's G doing? He's working on something. Is he still working? Is it or the bullets?
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to size some bullets up for the playing cards.
Oh, okay. Oh, that would be a cool thing too. Have the gun, a picture of the gun, and what the bullet looked like on the card. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do, I think he's trying to do the picture of the gun and then a life-size picture of the bullet.
Oh, that'd be sweet. See, and matter of fact, I need to ask him: does he still have those AK playing cards at K Bar? Are they still there?
That's something you'd have to ask him. I think that was a limited run myself, but
I didn't have extra money. No, I did.
What are you guys saying?
Oh, I was wondering, do you still have those playing cards at K Bar?
Well, they bought them off me, but yeah, they still have them.
They still have them? Okay, then
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna order. It's just that one set, right? There's not different sets.
Correct. Yeah, I figure I'll wait and see if I can do some other cards first, and then I'll go back to the AK.
Yeah, because that would be cool. Like if I could get like a whole collection of firearms just by having the different playing cards that you put together, that'd be really neat.
I got a couple ideas of things I'd like to do. I definitely want to do one on just ammo, but there's a lot of different ways to think about ammo, so I have to think about that one for a while.
So there's not a way you can do them through like Amazon. I mean, of course, then you would have to come up with all the cash.
The cards, I only have like dozens of cards left, and then K-Bar has shit tons, so I don't want to like sell them when they're selling them. So I'll wait until they're done or whatever, and then maybe I'll sell them.
Oh, okay.
But I don't want to compete with the people that help me make them in the USA.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. My couples too. Here, I'm gonna mute myself because I'm making all kinds of noise.
What's that story?
He just said he was muting himself because he's making noise in the kitchen there.
Oh.
Have you seen these ridiculously long freaking USB cords? Like, my wife bought some from Amazon, and these things are literally like 8 feet long, and they're super strong, and they're freaking awesome. Yeah, fuck it, I might as well make them all. Okay, why would they say this? It says on the packaging, place up to 8 pieces on oven safe tray. Why is it only 8? It's because it says up to 8.
Because 8 is probably the healthy amount that you're allowed to eat.
Oh, it's probably oh, you're right. I just looked. It says the serving size. Let's see, about 2 pieces per serving. Oh, contains about 8 servings. No. 2 is the serving size.
Oh, so 2 is all you're allowed to eat per day.
No.
Ugh, what am I walking into when I go to the States if only 2 Dorito bites is all I'm allowed to eat?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna just fucking cook them all. We'll see what happens.
Ugh. Your oven's going to explode. It won't know what to do.
Probably. It's probably good. 6 pieces, 10 minutes. That is one thing I've noticed. It's hard to get decent food here. Like in California, I can get good food pretty much. Well, at least taste as far as taste wise. I mean, I don't know. None of it is really good for you, but that's one thing here. It's like nothing is really good. Even the Mexican restaurant we go to, it's not that good.
Oh shit! Like that's one of the things I want to do. I want to go down to Texas and go to a real Mexican restaurant.
If you go to Texas, you get Mexican food, you're gonna get this stuff called Tex-Mex or whatever, and it's not really it's more Texas. It's basically Mexican food made for Texans.
Well, the issue I have right now, the only Mexican food I have is Taco Bell and Taco Time.
That's funny.
So anything that's better than those two is going to be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, like it's funny. Like everyone else on gun channels, when I say that, they all laugh at me, but it's fucking true.
Yeah, I actually,
Like I can't remember who it was. It's like they're like, "Well, what do you have for Texan food or Mexican food?" I'm like, "You really want me to say?" He's like, "Oh well, if you say Taco Bell, I don't know what I'm gonna do." I was like, "Well, Taco Bell and Taco Time, the only 2 Mexican places we have," and he just shit himself.
sure. I don't understand why everybody gets all like, oh my god about that. It's like some people don't know what the hell Mexican, like they're not anywhere near. But it is kind of weird though. Like, do you live in a little town up there, or are you like you're not in a big city?
Yeah, I'm like a half hour, 45 minutes away from the big city.
So I'm sure the
Like,
city has Mexican food.
yeah, Taco Bell.
Are you serious?
I'm
Wow.
dead serious.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Dude, I live in Canada.
Yeah, but I live in the fucking middle of bumfuck Egypt, fucking Kansas, and we got Mexican food. Granted, it's not the best in the world, but you know, it's still Mexican
Yeah,
food.
well, you guys are infested with Mexicans. We're not.
This is true. This is true.
Like, I don't want to sound racist or anything, but it's true. Like I know we have our problems with Mexicans, believe it or not, but not nearly what you guys have.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I don't know if I was a Hispanic, I'd want to go to Canada. I don't even know why you'd be there in the United States.
Well, I've been like kicking back and watching all the different gun laws and stuff like that. It To me, it seems a lot easier to get a gun in Canada than it does in the States.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried to buy one here, but in California,
But at the same time, you guys are open to more firearms than we are. Oh, I just heard a ding. Someone's pissed off that I said that.
Now, what does that mean?
No. Pink just said they just put gravy on their tacos, which is probably true. Just because we put gravy on our fries with cheese.
Okay, I like gravy fries. I like gravy with rice too.
No, gravy just goes good with everything.
I used to get these things called wet fries all the time at a hat, and it was just basically French fries with gravy on them, and they're so good.
Yesterday's pomade, he just tried making a joke about taco poutine. We have it. Oh. I don't know, because who was I talking to? I think it was Edge. When I was saying that, yeah, no, like, even today, like, with my chicken wings, I make my buffalo wings with Carolina Reaper and Scotch Bonnet, and he's like, oh, you whiteys. Or no, he said, you gringos, I think he said.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I like Carolina Reaper pepper. It's just I'm not retarded and put a lot. I just put a couple drops in. Which is probably why I'm on a shit ton of stomach medications.
Probably.
But I love my spicy food. Well, why don't you join in, Pomade? Criticizing me as a Canadian.
I don't like. I think about as spicy as I get is Tapatio sauce, and that's about it. I'm not into the spicy.
Oh, I love spice. I've tried sriracha, Frank's, all that. It's weak.
Well, Frank's is different though. Frank's isn't really spicy. It's a. I like that flavor for the hot wings, but it's not. Frank's doesn't make it spicy. It's just I like that certain taste.
Like, I like Tabasco, but I find Tabasco is actually kind of sickening because it's just a vinegary hot. Sriracha's good, but
Even though I used to like be really close to the place because I think they make sriracha sauce in Irwindale, California, and I used to ride by it all the time. I've never actually had it. I've never tried it. Shut up! Shut up! I know. What? Really? All right, so basically it's a jalapeno pepper or a jalapeno pop, basically. It's got cheese and a jalapeno sauce in it, in the shape of a Dorito.
eh?
That's pretty much it. They're pretty good.
Oh, yesterday's pomade. Catch you later. Don't party too hard. Even though it's only 3 here and not 5 there.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's super cool.
The what?
Oh, how he's got the bullet behind the rifle.
Oh. Oh yeah.
4477.
Sharp's rifle. One of my future purchases. I want to get myself a 45 110 or a 45 120 one day.
If you
What
were
are you
to
making?
What happened?
What are you making?
You guys both doubled.
Way to
I
build
can't
it.
hear you.
Hmm.
got my bowl of freaking jalapeno poppers, and now it's time to go watch whatever that show.
Oh, Wyona Earp.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, you need to get past the third episode.
You do realize you're sharing that couch, right, bud? Come on, come. I'll let you back up. I just gotta fix that. Okay. All right. Come here. Good boy. There you go. Don't even look at him. You can't have him. It's spicy. What? You guys know Bill Nye has a says Bill Nye saves the world. Looks like it's episode.
Yeah, I heard something about that. It's where he answers science questions or something.
Season 1, episode 1, no, I want episode 2.
Previously on Winona Earth.
Why'd you even come back?
Hey, sis. Ready? Need a gun. It has everything to do with my last name.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Really?
What?
Okay. Hold on. I got to hit pause. Okay, so they're in the car, right? And they're having the beginning of episode 2. She walks into the nightclub or whatever, as all the blonde bimbos are doing whatever. And now with the black guys having the conversation with her in the car, and she goes, "Okay, you got to get this guy, right?" And then she pulls out the peacemaker, and she's like, "All right, I'm ready to roll." And then he pulls out the Glock, and he's like, "No, this with the low light and more accurate, and blah 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 blah." Well, she's like aiming the gun right at his head.
You know what? The movie, the show is a little flawed. Yes. And for being a United States or North American agent, you think he'd be like, "Whoa, hold it there, Blondie."
Well,
But no.
yeah, well, he kind of says, "Yeah," but it's like, I don't know. It's like his hands are done, and it's like, really? That's the way we're rolling, huh? Okay. What's her with all the sexual freaking little freaking innuendos she throws out there all the time? Like she's always saying something about blowjobs or this or that, or I mean, not that it's not funny, it is, but
Yeah, no, there's a lot of sexual innuendos in that TV series.
crazy chick with a gun. That's funny. Oh, there went the street. And I'm assuming this is Doc Holliday, right?
$1 million.
What?
The guy who came out of the well?
Yeah.
Well, continue watching the show.
Okay.
I don't give out spoilers.
I do like how many guns they have. They're pulling out an H&K MP5 right now. Pretty cool. Oh God. Okay. Can somebody please answer this question for me? Why is that in every freaking movie, for some reason, they never carry a round in the chamber? They always have to, for dramatic effect, they always have to chamber around, even though they're carried it in a holster on their side at work, like a duty pistol. But no, we're going to keep it unchambered until we need it. And then we gotta shoot. Why?
But think about the children, just in case that they have to be able to subdue that police officer to take his pistol. Oh, shit. You're thinking too much.
I know.
okay, guys. Just in the hospital. Medicinal. People.
No weapons at the table. Give me a break. Come on. Really?
Hey, Frida Kahlo, look what I found at the home. Oh, hey. Oh, I love coloring. He looks just like mom, dad. So, this one, adorable psycho. Good bongo. I forgot the carrots. My research. No, did you see the bruises on your back from last night's cutting? Right? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Get away from my girls. Hey, you stay out of that. Look, hell, I will. I know you. Get the gun. What? Look at it. Where is it? Red. We? Maybe. You?
So the gun sends them back to hell, basically.
Clean the file for you.
What's that?
The gun basically sends them back to hell since they're demons.
Yeah.
mean, it introduced myself on the whole. Yeah, Waverly, or quite a popular road on here. Hey, just here we go. Oh, wow. Sorry, oh, right. Okay, my bad. When I like that. Hey, no, I keep telling Tree to learn apps. Oh, and her app.
Oh, those cops got the hots for her.
Officer. Oh, no, no. I got it. All right. Well, how about you guys have a coffee? Oh, I mean, I'd love to, but I have, I'm a planner. What I'm doing at least proof. I'm in a relationship with one man. Yeah, I've been there. Okay, well, let me know. Let me know.
All right, there's already improvement in episode 2. If there's going to be a love affair between that chick and the cop, I'm all for it.
What's that?
There's already been improvement. If there's going to be a love affair between that cop and the freaking girl, then I'm all for it.
No.
Oh, really? Damn.
Nobody's even heard of your division. It's like the whole thing is classified.
And when I meant the cop, I meant the girl cop, the one that rolled into the bar.
Oh. Oh. Oh, you'll see. Oh, how nice. You're covering up your doggy.
I'm usually, I'm good at things. I know what you're here for. A mile away. You know, the fake old west get up. Austin Brooks. Well, I think only talked 4 times in the last. Shorty. Oh, good. Oh, I'm Nicole. Awesome hot. Y'all getting all right? What's up?
Nice to meet you, Scott. Take care, Ransom.
She did knock dolls.
Red, trying to get a hold. He's big. Trying. He's trying up. When we get out. For all of us. Everyone, yes. Boss, it's all I want. Deeply imperfect. You want to hide? Really? Yeah. Familiar. Well, I just happen to have one. Raven. Riggs.
Whoever you are, that's a bad move, Revenant.
What you doing? Rendezvous. Did you bring me something? What is this? Jim Miller. His grandparents, brother-in-law, and anyone he was paid to. Called Philip. I remember. As it was Miller, not Robert Ford. You know, just James. Oh, Robert. Miller moved like a shadow. Shadow assassin. Can only be activated by a blood sacrifice. Well, I sure have. Shadows far from human as it gets. But the real question is, what the hell are you? Tell me. You were Wyatt Earp's right hand. What do you say? He knew you were joining forces with every man he ever put down. Oh. What?
Hey, I got all 34 of your extra apartments. What? What are you looking at again? Well, it's not safe, and neither is Gus's 40s. Doesn't have running water and smells like so tiny. Car. Four. On the road. Yeah,
If you look around the homestead, something.
Hey.
You want to stay close to your hand. Guys, not ammonite, it's amalite. Tried by the last word on it, probably didn't have it growing up. But it's a survey. That's all.
Slow it down. Slow down.
I called one that I called Alice. They vertebrae and down by mine. It'll be in the ground there.
Oh, so the homestead's 10 acres. You can't dig for it all that.
Start up there.
And the couple.
That's staying up last night.
Why?
Pretty much sound.
God, I swear I can't get flashlight lit. Hey, you say it's an old fashioned. Purgatory, way too many minutes of the southern. What's that? they tell us they're in the ground. There.
Witching hour. Perfect time to make a hole for our friend.
Will this really make you happy?
Walk. Sir.
Okay. Didn't even friend when I was growing up. Over. And I'm starting to think that it wasn't so imaginary. Oh, God, it's what's going on? Why not? What's going on? Nothing. Waverly, go.
Flower.
send a message.
Anyway.
Tell your boss, whoever he is, that I'm coming. Coming for all the right means. Attack the homestead and Willa.
I've got 3 dead heirs under the belt. You're just a girl.
I'm the girl with the big ass gun. I won, going to kill you all. Oh, come on, that was hilarious. How do you know about the M1?
The battle has been for a while now.
How does a 60 boy up there working for behind that?
I was pretty good there.
You're awesome.
This is very good. Very bad guys.
People just hang out. You know, or
I think it's good to see what you know. Get everything at good stuff.
dogs.
Go home. Just making it at home, Winona.
Do I get a badge? A code name? Oh my god, a flamethrower. You will be a black badge. Remember our deal. Come here with me. Lots of things. Okay, I'm thinking lots of things. Right, good. Oh, come on, we can make these things. Look, we're already getting a shiny new nail box. Yeah, Henry wanted to replace it. Oh, well. Shame all the men in this town are insane. Well, he can't be a resident. Not with the Amalite words he can, right? So not, I mean. Not a bad thing. Right? A sneaky son of a bitch. Yeah, well, most of my songs, that's okay. He's just one of those pretty quiet men. Definitely one of those guys. Everything Claudia tells me. I mean, he's a little old for you. Careful now. Something might get a black badge past that. I've been blaming what happened to Betty. Willa. I was the one who planted the talisman. My fault. Or when I find an actual imaginary friend, I'll hide under my bed. Be careful. Okay? It's not really my style. Besides, how scared can you be of a guy named Bobo?
I can tell. Yeah. Not apparently what is not. Sorry. Levi, other hand, he promised to bring the white woman's name. But instead, he gave us some very sensitive information. Levi, they had a lot to say about you. Still, we're going to be on our side. Now I want to show you what happens to you. They're going to drag you across the line. My aunt will love it. She's going to drag you across the line. salvation lies not in the feet, the air, but in the pig. We stick to the plan. Stay on course. And let the seven deal with it. While the rest of us work. Work 15 years towards one common goal. Freedom!
All right, I'll admit that episode was better than the first one, and that was episode 2, so it was better. Let's see what.
Well, like I said, after the third episode, it gets a lot better.
Okay. Well, I'll watch the third episode right now.
Trust me, after this episode, you'll be hooked. It's only 13 episodes in the season.
On your own? They're running looking. Something about him, yeah. And what we can also. Not worst guys. Oh, I'm sorry. When you're done judging, make sure you're ready to drop your results. Oh, I'm ready. I believe where he did.
Over 100 years ago, like one of our founding fathers, buried time capsule. No, she could neither hear nor speak. Barely Nixon's words, Bob, told him at the time. Years has been gone. Here's I'm resurrected and buried it here myself. The new library coming to this site. Time to unearth the fact. Let's find out what you left. Here it is. It's inside. This is the news. Well done. Henry, it's a hitch here. I just wonder. Please, there. That is a valuable piece of local history.
long time since I said it out loud. You know?
Yeah, well, this is my first time.
The triangle seems to act as some sort of prison, right? Any residents right across the boundary. That means you should try to cross the boundary of an owner. Yeah, well, that's the name, Ledger, right? Which, hey, I can still make out a few my photos and have a really
Okay, well, it's not a fun country. It's driveway.
starting with 7 residents at a top dark homestead. Sorry, it's been years on that research. Welcome to Team Chef.
Enter.
You asked a few others of the wild.
That would come next.
So, this, not really gonna listen. Did great. Oh.
See, I knew it was Doc Holliday.
Oh,
Now, I to assume that you have another that I so sorry.
what's that for a job for you?
Well, he has not been for the last class.
Well, what's that to be friendly and good? That's a dealer out there. Are you afraid? Did you get the
Very This was funny. Now, as for Brown, a mobile
Well, it's not the same.
Well,
It'll just bubble off.
Deputy Mayor's body was late.
He also took Shirley Dixon's. Well, the diary of our beloved deputy.
Why should we get
We wanted it. What?
just give it a few days? Oh, your discretion. Order.
I'm done.
items are kept in very collected. More like dark ages.
Sometimes people say,
The victim was not like 50 years ago. He was shot at the ago. All I did was 22. He's killed, but that's it.
yeah,
I hope so.
hey, a mute voice, an innocent killer. What's that?
It's kind of paradox. Like old father. Then
Oh, okay. I'll keep my eyes open.
father, say no joke. Revenue got it. 4 corners of the world. Shit's going on right murder. Religion.
Only thing we could handle.
Okay, where you going? Got work. Her. Got a description of the van.
Yeah. Good thing.
Sir, what are you doing? Sir! No!
Oh, so that's why you're here? Reading a book?
Oh, son, see a lot.
Well, I've collected almost every back issue of the Chronicle. Well, turn out himself. So, this guy could kill the people. Okay. Oh, there we go. Look familiar. Big Nose Kate. Longtime companion of the famous gunslinger.
Not to fill you up.
Oh, please do.
Look up the last box. Call it. For a bread.
Of course. Okay, May 1882. Top photos.
Well, I appreciate the help.
So, if I do find anything out,
Trevor talked about it on the
oh, you got it. Sorry, I don't visit much. Not even in there. What's in it? You're good. You were good too. That's so good. Well, respect here. Trying to avoid it with my family. Oh, is enough. Oh, pretty sure this is illegal. I want the numbers. There, no. Ah. dolls.
There's that Cryptoid 7 vitamin for great pleasure.
You know what you something, remember? But the Bank of Purgatory is now a surplus.
Contractor building up old closet at 2 bits a minute. Down that coffee.
It's really hot. Fine.
There, the back, too late. We're gonna take cover, regroup. We don't want to tip them off.
I think we're not talking.
That's just a two-inch plant. Hold on. Expensive? Less than the regular Waverly. Oh. Look, that body. I call this. Thanks for getting that a lot. Everybody on the ground! 5 feet boys, we got company! Stay back! We got hostages! But yeah. Everybody hand over your phones now. There's phones, right? Don't make me damage what will soon be mine! Haven't heard anybody use it. It's in the register. Keep your head. We took sergeants and us all back to fun. These hostages are only part. You and you head to the back. You want to just blow them. Get them on the floor. Now! We're close to Marty. That's fine the ball. Gary, you help him. Alone?
Why are we not going in there and shooting these bastards?
Really, do all three before they kill him. What shots fired? Hostage situation. Active. It'll take them an hour to get stand around with their thumbs up or ass. That's how you train. Go through.
Hostage taking is about bargaining, right?
Combination. No, you risk.
Hey,
Kill you.
yourself. I need to put together some kind of spell. So if they think I can help them get what they want, it's gotta be worth it.
Whoever's in charge. And
I get into a vehicle, never
been in a hostage situation before. Well, this time you're locked. Listen. Now you're done.
What?
Not gonna let you in there with me. I'll get it back to you. Promise.
I am right.
Oh, yeah.
The hostages will help you get. You need to talk to my boss.
Yes. All right, tell me what you want. I'll release some hostages. Try anything, we'll die. The Black Bears petition has the civilians outside the coast of Versailles. I'm one here, like a, and I can't keep a faith much worse than death.
Happened.
Shorty's hurt. It's just my engine acting. Go to a surplus story about it. Come across a few. Go.
Hey, hey. I said it's What's the plan, Deputy Marshal?
Run stores, the shot, let me know. The shot, I'll wait for the television.
There's no chance shot.
Beverly's boyfriend? Consider my thought. Now listen. I found you alive. Everybody else. But just so I know, I think it's best not to where you can go. Anywhere. Well, they can try. Military crime was or coming up with a little. Why? Stonewall. They don't smoke it. She's close. Yes. She has been given some mind with the better. Word is, why not? Who's that? Son of a bitch, I'm not. Look at the mirror. Trust you. I was thinking that, you're on the side. No. Once you go to what you want. Prince the Live's gonna do something for us.
Help?
Marty shows us to me for a reason.
Give us guarding a different piece of the puzzle. I know about the head. There is a stupid book. Now I need you to get your piece. We didn't trust each other. And now look what I've got. Tore down the knife. That's gonna help us. I do know the numbers. At least I did. You got your ass put down by an Earth too, Gary. Sam and I waited 15 years for you to come back so you could find that damn diary. So very blind.
This seems to be going well.
Shut up.
She looks right. Bring Gary back. Wait.
We don't have time for. Look, you're not gonna help with someone.
Wait. Humphrey here dropped this. What combinations of it are?
So you're saying you can open it?
This will be the first time I got it all up in a.
Marty?
Oh, hey, Henry.
What the hell would you do? Failing me?
Well, what are you doing with Boboville Rick? It's family. No, it's. You're supposed to. No. You're supposed to be Wyatt Earp's best friend. full fun.
Waverly up.
I don't think you're anything more than just another air. There. Come on. You have to fix your laws on that.
So you can't open up.
Killer! Guys! Didn't see a fashion later. Didn't you have that? Survey says. Will help run?
It's here, sir. Dance for 2 times my luck. Like that.
Welcome.
Loveless heart. Now we leave.
Place is surrounded.
We'll get through. We're gonna leave the ghost of the triangle forever. Come and win us. Good shot. Stalls are gonna come and shoot him.
Okay, got you off for safe passage in return for the hostage.
Here's our safe passage. Anyone with a badge follows us, they'll die.
Deputies, the department are looking for.
Yeah, Loveless heart. Don't sweat it. I'm gonna kill these sons of bitches with my bare hands.
Hey, please, shoot up the goddamn tires. Right now.
Oh, crazy eyes, not different.
Don't know why it's done, eh? Bare handed.
Want to let him go?
No.
Let's see.
Really think you solved the riddle? A way to break out? I mean, how do you want to scare him? You just move. Have the right to try to escape the triangle.
No, I bet he didn't do it justice. Just let him win all this trouble.
That's
Number one.
Who, your girlfriend? How's that here? Your mom. All right?
Try to be patient, like Bobo said. Here, put the 7 on back in the pocket. So Marty here's been put down 3 times.
Generation record?
Time down south, you go a little psychotic too. You know, the stone waits big time and change the safe path and stuff is done. I can do that.
Stone Witch.
yes.
You won't.
Oh,
Sorry. You're not give up, you hear me?
sometimes.
I think it'll be the last thing you ever see.
Can't finish him off? Oh, medium. No way. I call Jim. Look, big rough rider. Jim.
Save me last bullet for him. We can do that for you in a long time.
So have I.
No man's not gonna make it. Cowboy's gonna do him left.
That's why you mentioned possession.
My God. I don't even.
And you can cross the line.
I'm finally free of this break. I'm gonna do your first trip to Kenya. Well, how- Now, what I'll do is second or third, let me stick to what.
Big lead. Big lead the others. Got it. Walk out. First, get your freedom in the earth care. That needs to be back. Take me. Now.
I always told the best of your sister. Oh, Jim.
Oh, the someone's kept away. Where's the young one? Where's?
Shorty, if this thing gets inside of me, tell dolls to shoot. Fast.
Oh. You're a good girl, my mom.
Shorty. Hey.
Hell, the dying one?
Sam, that's you, right? You know you're gonna die. You can line
Got me in one body. Let me know.
Who makes you think she won't kill you?
It's worth the risk. It's straight up death over. It's just to have her back over and over. She's not right. Somebody else. Okay, I should I'm all the back. And run.
Hey! Stop!
I tried not to kill you. I thought it was cool.
If you're in there, I'm gonna.
Shorty ain't here, bitch.
I'll catch you guys later.
Hey, Flat, are you still awake?
Hello, hello. How's it
Hey.
going?